clot in his body, which had moved from the lower body to the upper body, causing blockage in the arteries, leading to a cardiac arrest this morning. If you go by some of the statements that have been made by Samajwadi Party legislators, for instance, an MLA who spoke to us earlier today and indicated that there were clots in his body, there were bruise marks as he had basically indicated, and also the fact that there is a larger conspiracy at play. Now that is what Samajwadi Party leaders had to state earlier today. In fact, we'll try and play out that in a short while from now. In fact, on your screens, this is a copy of the post-mortem report. The full details are expected to come in later today. In fact, as of now, this is the preliminary report that has been released by the doctors who conducted the post-mortem. Allegations were also levelled about the post-mortem that was conducted for several hours, put together with Samajwadi leaders even questioning that. Earlier today, you've had Akhilesh Yadav also making a statement. Let me go across to my colleague Niranjan, who's getting us the latest details of the post-mortem report. Niranjan, as I understand, this happens to be the preliminary report that has been released, by which there are details emerging that he had suffered a cardiac arrest.
Yes, Shravan, hinting at a cardiac arrest, but it appears that there is much more, because even the report, an initial reading of the report suggests that there were blood clots in his body, and the blood clots are moved towards the lungs. Now, let me just read out from an excerpt of the report. This is an initial reading of the report that I have in my hand. It mentions cardiorespiratory collapse due to massive pulmonary thromboembolism as noted. It's a medical term, but what it essentially means is that there could have been blood clots in the body that led to his death due to a cardiac arrest. That's what we are hearing. This is an initial report once again, and this, however, it also mentions that the whole heart and pulmonary thromboembolic material has been preserved for histopathological examination, and viscera has been preserved for chemical analysis and handed over to the CP concerned, and all injuries mentioned are anti-mortem. Now, why is this interesting? You had a Samajwadi Party MLA who spoke to the media and to Republic Media Network a few minutes back, and he claimed that there could be foul play. It is the Samajwadi Party MLA who has said that it could be a case of foul play, and he claimed that he had seen himself blue marks all over the body of Pratik Yadav. Now, that is why there are some questions that remain unanswered. There are some reports that suggest that his body was found in the kitchen, and it was a medical experts who found him lying in an unconscious state. How and when were these medical experts called? When was he taken to the hospital? And who made that call? Now, all of these details we are waiting for. His wife, Aparna Yadav, who is a BJP leader, has returned from Assam. And we are hearing that the last rites of Pratik Yadav, who is the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, will take place tomorrow. It's a high-profile family. Mulayam Singh Yadav has been one of the senior-most leaders of the country. One of the biggest political families in Uttar Pradesh. Akhilesh Yadav is the chief of the Samajwadi Party. Pratik happens to be the stepbrother of Pratik, and that is why this story becomes interesting. Now, also add to it, Shravan, there was a bitter breaking apart in January. If you went through the social media posts of Pratik Yadav, he went public, and in public posts, he put out details about his acrimony with his wife, Aparna Yadav, who's a BJP leader. He went on to call her names, saying that she's the reason why his life has been destroyed. He claimed that she had, kept him away from his family. A whole set of allegations were made. And now you have the news of his death coming in. Of course, many questions remain unanswered. And the closest we've come to the reason of his death is this particular report. Once again, I'm repeating what this particular report says. It says it's a cardiorespiratory collapse due to massive pulmonary thromboembolism as noted. And that all injuries mentioned are anti-mortem. This is what we have. I think there are some questions that remain unanswered. We'll continue to ask those questions. If I'm not wrong, Akhilesh Yadav this morning also hinted at taking a legal route in this issue. So let's see where the story goes from here. Shravan.
Well, in fact, as my colleague Niranjan was pointing out, unanswered questions sparked by several statements that have been made by Samajwadi Party leaders, starting with one of the legislators who spoke to our colleague a short while back, indicating that there were bruise marks that were found on his body. Niranjan, just a quick question before I play out that response that had come in from Samajwadi leader. And no ordinary leader that we're talking about. He's a prominent Samajwadi Party leader. He's a legislator from the assembly in Uttar Pradesh. So one cannot, certainly brush that aside. Just a quick question with regards to what is it that Akhilesh Yadav had to say? Because it is also known that it isn't that they have had the best of a relation.
Of course, Shravan, just to tell our viewers a little bit about Pratik Yadav. Pratik Yadav, is the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav from his second wife. And he's a stepbrother of Akhilesh Yadav. And he was someone who sort of stayed away from politics, did not want to be in politics, did not have very keen interest in politics, chose to take a business option. He was more involved in business, and he did not want to sort of be very involved in politics. And that is why you see Akhilesh and his family play a front role in politics. And Aparna Yadav, just before the elections, of course, she moved to the BJP, etc. There was complete drama there. And she has been in the BJP ever since. But Pratik Yadav has sort of decided and had made a conscious call to, take a step back in politics. And that is why his story is extremely interesting. Like to be in the shadows, was in his late 30s. You look at some of his photos. Was an outgoing person. He liked to enjoy his time with his family. Was seen, I think he had a liking for cars. There are some pictures of him at the Buddha International Circuit as well. And from what we understand, last few months hasn't been easy for him. From the different accounts that we are picking up, he wasn't very happy about something. He was unhappy, one, with his personal life. There are many posts, some of which have been deleted now, of Pratik Yadav, where he went on record. I think we made a graphic this morning of the different posts that he had put out of regarding his family and his wife. If we have that graphic out, we can put it out. He went public, and something had changed since January this year, when he went public against his wife, Aparna Yadav, of course. And he said that, she was an extremely selfish person. He called her a lot of nasty things, saying that she was selfish and that she was only worried about her own career, and that she had, broken him up from his family, separated him from his family, and a whole series of comments were made. So people are linking that to this, on whether he was depressed and whether there is something more. We don't know, but this is the closest that we've come. And the fact that a Samajwadi Party MLA has gone on record now to say that there could be foul play, I think it tells you there could be something more. If there were blue marks found on the body, there were some reports this morning. Of course, you cannot confirm any of these reports until something official comes out. Some reports suggested poisoning, some reports suggested foul play. We also reported about multiple bruise marks on the body of Pratik Yadav. So, story is very interesting. Biggest political family in Uttar Pradesh, India's largest state. The story has ramifications. Shravan, back to you.
Thank you very much, Niranjan, for getting us the latest details of the post-mortem report. Earlier today, we spoke to one of the Samajwadi Party legislators, a senior member, who's leveled some sensational allegations, and he's essentially hinted at a larger conspiracy at play. Now, this is what the leader had to say.
हमारे साथ रविदास मेहरोत्रा जी हैं। रविदास जी, आप अंदर थे, क्या कुछ भी पता चल पाया?
समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी के छोटे भाई प्रतीक यादव जी का आज आकस्मिक और असामयिक निधन हो गया, जिससे हम लोग बहुत अधिक दुखी और आहत हैं। जब जानकारी मैंने करी तो ये हुआ कि संदिग्ध परिस्थितियों में उनकी मौत हुई है, और हो सकता है कि उनको जहर दिया गया हो, और उनके शरीर पर चोट के बहुत निशान थे। इसलिए हम लोग ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि उनके मौत के कारणों की जांच कराई जाए। यहाँ पर 9 बजे लगभग पोस्टमार्टम हो गया था। उसके बाद कई घंटे बॉडी यहाँ पर रखी रही। बार बार पूछा गया कि बॉडी क्यों रखी गई है, तो कहा गया कि उनकी पत्नी आने वाली हैं। उनकी पत्नी यहाँ पर नहीं आई, और फिर उनकी बॉडी को यहाँ से अभी भी जो है पुलिस प्रशासन ने
जानबूझकर आप कह रहे हैं बॉडी को रखा गया था?
जी, 9 बजे पोस्टमार्टम हो गया। उसके बाद भी जानबूझ करके पोस्टमार्टम।
आप कह रहे हैं जहर देने की बात, क्या जहर दिया गया?
डॉक्टर ने हमसे बताया कि जब बॉडी को लाया गया सिविल अस्पताल में तो उनकी संदिग्ध अवस्था में मौत हो गई थी। जब उनको लाया गया उससे पहले वो मर चुके थे और इस जो है उनकी जो पूछा गया तो कहा हो सकता है कि उनकी बॉडी में जहर हो और उनके शरीर पर नीले नीले दाग पड़े,
नीले निशान थे, चोट के भी निशान थे।
चोट के निशान।
आपने अंदर बॉडी देखा क्या?
जी, अंदर जो है उनकी बॉडी पर चोट के निशान थे और नीले नीले दाग थे। या तो जहर के निशान होंगे या उनको
ये आपने खुद अपनी आंखों से देखा?
जी।
नीले निशान पूरे शरीर पर थे?
नहीं, जो देख पाए शरीर उस पर थे, अब पूरे शरीर में होंगे।
और चोट कहाँ थे?
पैर में देखा गया, पैर में चोट थी।
पैर में
और उनको जो है ये लगता है कि पॉइजन दिया गया है। उनके मौत के कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए और जांच इस बात की भी हो कि पोस्टमार्टम होने के कई घंटे बाद तक बॉडी मॉर्चरी में क्यों रही।
कहा जा रहा है कि अपर्णा यादव आएंगी, उसका इंतजार था।
बिना आए फिर क्यों बॉडी दे दी गई?
अभी खबर है कि लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर लैंड कर
जब उन खबर थी तो बॉडी पहले क्यों दी गई? हम लोग लगातार ये मांग कर रहे थे कि पोस्टमार्टम हो गया है तो बॉडी उनके घर भेजी जाए। तो ये कहा गया हम लोगों से कि उनकी पत्नी आ रही हैं, लेकिन पत्नी नहीं आई। उसके बावजूद भी उनकी बॉडी अब भेजी गई। तो इतने घंटे उनकी बॉडी क्यों रोकी गई, इस बात की
आप बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी की बात कर रहे हैं, साजिश की बात कर रहे हैं।
ये बड़ी साजिश है, षड्यंत्र है और उनकी जो मौत हुई है इसके कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि उनकी पत्नी ने अभी हाल में जब समाजवादी पार्टी का झंडा जलाया था तो उससे प्रतीक यादव बहुत अधिक आहत थे।
आपको लग रहा है इसके पीछे कोई पॉलिटिकल या फिर कारोबार भी
कोई भी कारण हो, इनके कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए। हम ये कह सकते हैं कि उनकी मौत सामान्य नहीं है, संदिग्ध अवस्था में।
आप कह रहे हैं बीजेपी में शामिल हुई तब से वो परेशान थे अपर्णा यादव? जब
अब वो परेशान थे, हमको अंकल कहते थे, वो बहुत व्यवहार कुशल थे, लेकिन उसके बाद से वो काफी दुखी रहा करते थे।
मैंने प्रतीक को बचपन से देखा है। आज वो हमारे बीच नहीं है, बहुत दुख है। और एक अच्छा नौजवान इसलिए था कि बचपन से ही उसे स्वास्थ्य के प्रति, अपने हेल्थ के प्रति और वो कुछ जीवन में आगे बढ़कर के काम करना चाहता था। एक बहुत अच्छा लड़का जो अपने मेहनत से कुछ करना चाहता था। बहुत दुखद है वो आज हमारे बीच नहीं है।
अखिलेश जी, लास्ट टाइम आपकी बात कब होनी चाहिए? जांच होनी चाहिए, मौत होनी चाहिए। आपको लगता है जांच होनी चाहिए?
स्वाभाविक है कि जो कानूनी और जो कानून कहता है और जो परिवार के लोग कहेंगे उस हिसाब से हम लोग मानेंगे बात को।
Well, shifting focus to the top story of the day as the investigation in the NEET fiasco continues, with Central Bureau of Investigation reaching NTA's office. Indications now coming in that they're also looking at the possibility of whether at all the leak has actually happened from the source, which happens to be the National Testing Agency itself. Now, on your screens, some arrests that have been made and the political connections that are emerging. The Congress party in Rajasthan has levelled an allegation against a BJP leader who happens to be also the education minister in Rajasthan, who's seen with one of the accused who has been taken into custody, the NEET brothers who cheated 2.3 million students. On your screen right now is the image of the leader along with two of the accused in this particular case. In fact, it turns out that this minister has completely disappeared. Multiple attempts that have also been made by Republic TV to reach out to the BJP leader, to no avail. There has been no response really coming in. The same leader had given his first response after this dire NEET fiasco, where he said that all culprits will be nabbed soon. Allegations have also been levelled against the Rajasthan SOG, the police, the operations group, for not filing an FIR in this entire matter. Questions also being raised about the manner in which the NTA has basically handled this entire situation, with the exams being carried out on 3rd of May. And 7th of May is when the NTA finally responded to the whistleblower in this particular case, and thereafter a full-fledged investigation was carried out. Republic teams spread across multiple states are now finding out more details as to what really has happened. Now, this is a report that has been filed by my colleague Jatin from Jaipur, where he has basically been able to track the residence of two accused. He's also spoken to the relatives of the accused. On your screens right now, this is also several of the Telegram groups that are still operating, and in these very groups, the NEET paper was allegedly circulated. In fact, it turns out that this is a conversation that took place with one of the individual on 29th of April, and that's when the discussion was actually happening about the NEET paper, the guest paper, which about 120 such questions from this paper had actually matched with the original ones. On your screens right now, these are the conversations, the WhatsApp conversation, the Telegram conversations that have now been accessed by Republic TV. This particular group has been named as Private Mafia, and in this, several of these papers were already circulated, and the conversations that were taking place between the sellers and the students. Take a look at this report that has been filed by my colleague Jatin.
जमवा रामगढ़ में इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। नीट पेपर लीक मामले की जांच जो कि एसओजी कर रही थी, अब सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। लेकिन जमवा रामगढ़ के जिन दो लोगों को एसओजी ने हिरासत में लिया, उनका पॉलिटिकल लिंक भी सामने आया, उसको लेकर तमाम आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश, उनके घर पर इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। सबसे पहले घर की तस्वीर देखिए। एक बड़े एरिया में जो घर है वो उनका बना हुआ है, और ये भी जो आसपास के लोग कह रहे हैं कि एक पार्टी के साथ वो इस इलाके में रसूखदार भी हैं, मांगीवाल और दिनेश। और ये घर देखकर भी आप तस्वीर लगा सकते हैं कि एक बहुत बड़ा आंगन आपको घर के बाहर नज़र आ जाएगा। सामने आप ये 2 मंजिला घर देख रहे हैं, ये भी उनका बताया जा रहा है। झूला इस आंगन में है, और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं जो कि बिल्कुल ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर बना हुआ, अंदर तक वो भी घर है। इसके साथ वाला घर आप देखिएगा, जहां पर जो पीली और पिंक पट्टी वाला जो घर है, ये भी उन्हीं का घर बताया जा रहा है। आंगन में 2 एसयूवी जो गाड़ियां हैं वो भी आपको यहां पर खड़ी हुई नजर आ रही हैं। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश, इन दोनों के ऊपर आरोप है कि गुरुग्राम के यश यादव से उन्होंने वो पेपर लिया, 30 लाख रुपए में पेपर लिया। उस पेपर को उनका जो बेटा है सीकर में पढ़ता है, वहां पर दिया। 29 तारीख को पेपर लेने के बाद अगले ही दिन यानी कि 30 तारीख को वो सीकर पहुंच जाते हैं। सीकर में अपने बेटे को वो जो पेपर है वो देते हैं। उसकी कॉपी वहां पर सीकर में बनाई जाती है। कॉपी बनाने के बाद जो दोस्त था बेटे का, उसके पास भी वो पेपर पहुंचा। तो कैसे ये पूरा नेक्सस चल रहा था, इसको अब सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। लेकिन जब मांगीवाल के पास हम उनके घर पहुंचे, उनके परिवार से बातचीत की, तो उनका कहना है कि ये सिर्फ आरोप है, इसमें कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। लेकिन हमें ये जानकारी मिली कि मांगीवाल, दिनेश, उनके परिवार में अभी तक 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिन्होंने नीट क्लियर किया। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो आरोप लग रहे हैं, और परिवार का जो बैकग्राउंड है कि 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे जिन्होंने नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया, और उन्हीं के ऊपर जो एक पेपर खरीदने के आरोप।
Massive protests that are taking place from various parts of the country. Now, these latest images coming in from Kolkata, where students have now gathered there, raising questions about the manner in which the NTA had conducted this entire examinations earlier today. Similar sort of images had actually come in from the national capital too. In fact, some information now coming in after the Central Bureau of Investigation had met with the NTA DG. In fact, I'm given to understand that the NTA DG has basically provided details of all the servers, and also what we are being told that they're also looking at, they're essentially saying that the leak from NTA will not also be ruled out at this point in time, but that's essentially part of the preliminary stage of the investigation, where they're saying that those who were basically involved, in fact, part of the formation of the question paper, to the fact that it had gone to the printing press, all of it now being looked into. In fact, these are the cutting across to latest images now coming in. Aparna Yadav, BJP leader, wife of late Pratik Yadav there. In fact, while these are the latest images coming in, mortal remains of Pratik Yadav have already been handed over to the family members. Samajwadi Party has already demanded a full-fledged investigation to be carried out following allegations that have been leveled by senior Samajwadi Party leaders, saying that there were bruise marks that were found on his body and there is a larger conspiracy at play. These are the latest images now coming in from Lucknow, where the mortal remains of Pratik Yadav has already been handed over to the family members. Earlier today, Akhilesh Yadav, stepbrother of Pratik, had also visited the family members. These are the latest images now coming in. A surprise for the entire family members also, given the fact that just about a few days ago, an image that was also rolling out, that is Dimple Yadav there meeting the family members and thereafter leaving from the residence. In fact, there is also another image that had come in of Pratik Yadav meeting Akhilesh during a public event in Saifai. And the fact that both the brothers were actually seen talking to each other in a cordial manner, and the very fact that Pratik Yadav has now come out in the open speaking about his marital discord, resulting in what is now being seen into yet another controversy that is brewing currently in Lucknow, with Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister and police officials there basically indicating that a full-fledged investigation will also be carried out. If you go by the post-mortem report that has now been accessed by Republic TV, in which there is a mention of clotting, blood clotting that has taken place, resulting in cardiac arrest. That happens to be a preliminary post-mortem report that has been released by the hospital authorities a short while back. But Samajwadi Party leaders insisting that a full-fledged investigation is essentially required in light of some of the allegations that have been leveled by Pratik Yadav, who did admit that he was undergoing treatment for depression, and the fact that all wasn't well within the family, particularly with his wife Aparna Yadav, who had switched sides and had joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, these are the latest images now coming in from Lucknow, where the mortal remains of Pratik Yadav has now been handed over to the family members. In fact, a big shock for the family members when this morning, what we are given to understand is that Pratik Yadav was found dead under mysterious circumstances, following which a post-mortem has now been conducted. Questions are being raised because in the month of January is when, for the first time, Pratik Yadav had taken to social media, raising questions about the role of his wife and the fact that he was undergoing intense turmoil because of the current situation with his wife, and all wasn't well at that point in time. And thereafter, we given to understand that Pratik Yadav was undergoing treatment for depression. Now, from the report that has basically come in, it's a preliminary report in which they basically make a mention of clotting that has taken place. Adarsh is joining us on this broadcast. Adarsh, take us through the latest details that you're picking up in terms of the investigation that has been carried out so far. Has the Uttar Pradesh police declared that there will be a full-fledged investigation in this matter?
देखिए, अभी तक ऐसी कोई जानकारी सामने नहीं आई है, लेकिन जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है उसके मुताबिक कार्डियक अरेस्ट की वजह से और साथ ही साथ लंग इन्फेक्शन था, इसकी वजह से डेथ हुई है। विस्तारा और साथ ही साथ जो हार्ट है उसको प्रिजर्व करके रखा गया है, उसकी डिटेल्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी, उसके बाद ही कुछ साफ हो पाएगा, क्योंकि अभी तक परिवार की तरफ से कोई भी आरोप प्रत्यारोप नहीं लगाए गए हैं, ना ही किसी तरीके की जाँच की बात कही गई है। तो ऐसे में बहुत मुश्किल है कि शुरुआती इनिशियल तौर पर जो है पुलिस इसमें शामिल हो। हालांकि सुबह जो है पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट से पहले जब पोस्टमार्टम हो रहा था, उसी दौरान पुलिस ने जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गैजेट्स थे और साथ ही साथ जिस जगह पर ये घटना हुई थी घर के उस हिस्से से फॉरेंसिक एविडेंसेस इकट्ठा कर लिए थे, ताकि इनकेस अगर पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में कोई ऐसी बात सामने आती है तो फिर उस दौरान ये सारी चीज़ें काम आएँ। इसको लेकर पुलिस ने पहले ही वो चीज़ें प्रिजर्व करके रखी हुई हैं, लेकिन अगर कोई शिकायत नहीं मिलती है या फिर पोस्टमार्टम में ऐसी कोई बात सामने नहीं आती है तो निश्चित तौर पर अभी शुरुआती तौर पर यूपी पुलिस इस पर शामिल होती नहीं दिख रही है।
आदर्श, पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट से जो पता चल रहा है कि ब्लड क्लॉटिंग को लेकर बात हो रही है, हॉस्पिटल से कुछ और पता चल रहा है कि किस तरह की इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है?
देखिए अभी तक यही पता चला है कि ब्लड क्लॉटिंग और कार्डियक अरेस्ट, ये दो चीज़ें सामने आई हैं और इसी को लेकर विस्तार रिपोर्ट जो है वो प्रिजर्व करके रखी गई है। विस्तार रिपोर्ट के साथ हार्ट भी प्रिजर्व करके रखा गया है। उसकी डिटेल्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है, वो चलेगी और उसी के बाद साफ हो पाएगा कि आखिर इन दोनों चीज़ों के अलावा और क्या कुछ चीज़ें थी। लंग इन्फेक्शन की भी बात कही जा रही है। इन सब चीज़ों में क्या वजह रही है, क्या ये बीमारी पहले से थी या फिर अचानक ही कार्डियक अरेस्ट या फिर जो ब्लड क्लॉटिंग है इसकी वजह क्या थी, होने की वजह क्या थी, इन पहलुओं पर फिलहाल जांच होनी है और इसी के लिए विस्तार को प्रिजर्व करके रखा गया है। उसके बाद उसकी डिटेल्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन रिपोर्ट आएगी तो उसके बाद जो है उसी के आधार पर ये चीज़ें साफ हो पाएंगी। अगर आप अभी की तस्वीरें देखें तो देख सकते हैं कि पूरा इलाका जो है कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ यहाँ पर किसी भी समय पर पहुँच सकते हैं और इसको लेकर विशेष तौर पर यहाँ पर पुलिस की तरफ तैयारी की गई है।
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in
ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है। राष्ट्रीय इलायची, जश्न का जश्न।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
CBI arrests the main masterminds of the NEET controversy. Mangilal, Dinesh, Bival. Sources say that they were the ones who bought the NEET question paper for 30 lakh rupees. Air India trims international operations, cites record fuel prices to reduce operations. Prime Minister Modi cuts down his convoy size during domestic visits, urges for inclusion of electric vehicles. Republic accesses details of Mulayam Singh Yadav's son Pratik Yadav's post-mortem, which hints at blood clots being formed that led to a cardiac arrest in his body. Assam Cabinet approves the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code Bill will be tabled in the Assembly on the 26th of May. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. In the NEET leak controversy, the Central Bureau of Investigation, which is investigating the case, has produced the arrested accused Shubham Khairnar before a Mumbai court. The court has sent him into a two-day transit remand. And as we look at the details of the investigation so far, the accused, who will be produced in a court on Wednesday, which is Delhi. In Delhi today, the CBI has informed the court that the accused allegedly had several associates linked to the case. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're cutting out of that to get you the pictures of UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath at the residence of Pratik Yadav. Ministers in the UP government and Yogi Adityanath at the home of Pratik Yadav, the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav and the husband of Aparna Yadav. Aparna Yadav is the BJP leader, seen there on your screens right now. The Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, paying his condolences to the family of Pratik Yadav in Lucknow. We've accessed the post-mortem report of Pratik Yadav, which came in a few minutes back. And the post-mortem report hints at cardiac arrest. The fact that there were blood clots in his body that led to a cardiac arrest. It's an initial report, and we are waiting for more details to come in of the story. But the Chief Minister here, Pratik Yadav is Mulayam Singh Yadav's son, one of the most prominent political families of Uttar Pradesh. And Yogi Adityanath, paying his condolences here, travelled to Lucknow to give his condolences also to Aparna Yadav, the wife of Pratik Yadav. She's also a BJP leader, and she's there, and she accepted the condolences of the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister. And those are shots, pictures that are coming in, the first pictures of Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath there. As of now, from the details available from the investigators and from the report that has been submitted, the post-mortem report, the report confirms that there may have been a blood clot perhaps that was formed in the body of Pratik Yadav. And the clot, according to the initial reports, travelled from the lower extremities to the upper body, subsequently causing an infection in the arteries and lungs, leading to the death of Pratik Yadav due to cardiac arrest. And further details are expected to become clear after the Viscera report. As of now, the official term used by the investigators and those who prepared the medical report, the post-mortem report, is that it was cardiorespiratory collapse due to massive pulmonary thromboembolism as noted, while adding that the heart and pulmonary thromboembolic material has been preserved for histopathological examination for further tests, and viscera has been preserved for chemical analysis, and that all injuries are were mentioned are ante-mortem. Now, what is important here is that some reports confirmed that there were blue marks noticed on the body of Pratik Yadav, which added to the mystery this morning. And those blue marks were also claimed by the Samajwadi Party, whose MLA went on record to say that he had himself seen the blue marks on the body of Pratik Yadav. Let me go across to Sumit, who's joining us live. Sumit has been tracking the story. Sumit, abhi jo report aayi hai, if you can take us to the report and what the report indicates. Abhi jo indication mila hai, kya hua tha? What happened in the last few hours before his death, in the lead up to Pratik Yadav's death?
देखिए, अभी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है उसके मुताबिक खून का थक्का जमा हुआ था शरीर के निचले हिस्से से ऊपरी हिस्से में खून का थक्का गया और उसके बाद ये लंग्स में जो इन्फेक्शन हुआ और उसकी वजह से कार्डियक अरेस्ट, ये इनिशियल रिपोर्ट बता रही है पोस्टमार्टम की। हालांकि फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट आनी बाकी है क्योंकि विसरा और हार्ट को सुरक्षित रखा गया था फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए। तो अब उस रिपोर्ट का इंतजार है कि ये कार्डियक अरेस्ट हुआ कैसे, क्योंकि कई बार ऐसा होता है कि इसमें देखा जाता है हार्ट को सुरक्षित इसलिए रखा जाता है कि हार्ट की टिश्यूज का फिर जांच करने के बाद पता चलता है कहीं उसमें कोई पॉइजन तो नहीं है या किसी और वजह से कार्डियक अरेस्ट तो नहीं हुआ, ये देखने की कोशिश की जाती है। हालांकि ये जरूर था कि लंग डिजीज था, लंग का वो इलाज करवा रहे थे, उनको एक बीमारी थी जिसमें खून थक्का जम जाता है और वो ब्लड थिनर का इस्तेमाल करते थे, ब्लड थिन का पतला करने के लिए मेडिसिन ले रहे थे। और जैसा कि मेदांता हॉस्पिटल में उनका इलाज चल रहा था, वहाँ डॉक्टर रुचिता शर्मा है एसोसिएट डायरेक्टर, जो उनका फैमिली डॉक्टर भी हैं, और उन्होंने भी ये बताया था कि उन्हें ये बीमारी थी और वो करवा रहे थे। क्या उसी बीमारी ने अटैक किया, उसी बीमारी की वजह से ये अटैक हुआ और ये ब्लड जो स्पॉट है, जो खून थक्का है, वो अचानक जम गया और ये इसके पीछे कोई बड़ी वजह रही हो, ये इनिशियल रिपोर्ट से अभी कुछ भी कह पाना मुश्किल है। क्योंकि जो बातें कही जा रही है वो है कि फेफड़ा में खून का थक्का जमना, लंग्स में इन्फेक्शन होना, लेकिन ये हुआ क्योंकि वो 30 अप्रैल को ही भर्ती हुए थे। 30 अप्रैल को वो भर्ती हुए थे और 2 से 3 दिन तक उनका इलाज चला था और छुट्टी के बाद वो घर चले गए थे। और कुछ रिपोर्ट्स बता रहे हैं कि वो कल रात में 11 से 12 के बीच में हॉस्पिटल गए थे, फिर वापस घर पर आ गए थे और फिर अचानक क्या ऐसी तबीयत बिगड़ी, क्या हुआ, ये अभी कोई भी बता नहीं पा रहा है। ये जरूर है कि हाइपरटेंशन और लंग डिजीज से वो परेशान थे, उनका इलाज चल रहा था हाइपरटेंशन और लंग डिजीज का भी। फिलहाल जो परिजन है वो अभी चूंकि एक दुख की घड़ी में है, अंतिम संस्कार की तैयारी चल रही है। कल अंतिम संस्कार होगा, ये खबर है। आज पार्थिव शरीर को रखा गया है अंतिम दर्शन के लिए। तमाम जो लोग हैं वो पहुंच रहे हैं। सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ भी पहुंचे हैं श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए। और ये राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर जब इस दुख की घड़ी में लोग एकजुट होते हैं राजनीति से हटकर, और वो संदेश देते हुए सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ की इस परिवार के साथ, मुलायम सिंह परिवार के साथ वो खड़े हैं। और इस दुख की घड़ी में, इस विपदा की घड़ी में तमाम जो अखिलेश यादव, शिवपाल यादव, डिप्पल यादव, सभी लोग वहां पर पहुंचे और अभी इस शोकाकुल परिवार के साथ सब लोग वहां पर मौजूद हैं, श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे हैं। कल अंतिम संस्कार होगा, लेकिन पूरी तरह से गुत्थी अभी सुलझी नहीं है पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट के आने के बावजूद। अभी भी विसरा रिपोर्ट का इंतजार रहेगा। हार्ट का जो फॉरेंसिक लैब की रिपोर्ट है वो क्या कहती है, वो इंतजार रहेगा, क्योंकि आरोप जो लगाए जा रहे हैं खासतौर पर उनके ही पार्टी के विधायक की जहर दिया गया, शरीर का निचला हिस्सा नीला पड़ा था, तो वो उसके पीछे की क्या वजह रही थी, तो वो हार्ट के फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट के बाद ही पता चल पाएगा कि कहीं कोई विषैला पदार्थ तो अंदर हार्ट में नहीं गया, जिसका इंतजार हमें करना होगा।
हाँ जी, okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Those were pictures coming in from Lucknow of UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath visiting the house of Mulayam Singh Yadav's son, Pratik Yadav, who passed away this morning under mysterious circumstances. Let's cut across live. Okay, our big story is on the NEET controversy. The NEET paper leak case. We're getting in more and more details as we investigate into how the leak happened. And there's a big revelation coming in on the ongoing investigation. Dinesh, one of the accused, sold the NEET guest paper to 10 students. And then he sold these papers to recover his money. He had procured the guest papers from a person called Yash in Gurugram. The CBI team may be in Delhi today with all the accused. Dinesh Pawal is one of the brothers, the two brothers, Dinesh and Mangilal. They are the brothers. And we're also hearing that Dinesh Pawal served as the district secretary of the BJP Yuva Morcha, the youth wing for Jaipur. So we had his picture as well. Let's show you the picture of Dinesh and Mangilal with the minister, the education minister of Rajasthan, who spoke to Republic yesterday, who said that it's no big deal. He said that these things keep happening. Let's show you the picture where all three of them are standing together. So it appears that Dinesh was the man who gave these papers to 10 more students. The brothers procured it for 30 lakh rupees and then sold it for 10 more people to recover their money. And we're getting in more details. Shambhavi is joining me live. Shambhavi, as I come across to you, I have that picture here of the brothers who cheated students. In fact, they are believed to be the first ones who acquired the question paper. Mangilal and Dinesh Biwal. In one picture, they are seen with Madan Bilawar. Madan Bilawar is the education minister of Rajasthan. And we're also hearing that one of them had a political link. One of them worked in the BJP Yuva Morcha. Can you confirm these details? Shambhavi.
Well, we know about Dinesh Banewal, that Dinesh Banewal has connections with BJP. He has also served as the district secretary of the BJP Yuva Morcha as well. And the fact that he and his brother were involved in procuring the NEET leaked paper and then traveled all the way to Sikar to make sure that their son gets the paper. And not just the son got the paper, he sold it to 10 different students so that he could recover the amount that he had initially invested in that leaked paper. And he allegedly got that paper from Yash of Gurgaon, where the link has been established in a way that the paper travelled from Nashik to Gurgaon and then from Gurgaon to Rajasthan, especially Sikar.
There are many WhatsApp chats that we've accessed, Shambhavi, that you have accessed, and you've gotten into some of these groups. There is a video and video that was accessed by you of how the paper was leaked in April, right? I have that video. I also have those WhatsApp chats. If you can play those WhatsApp chats out one by one, and if you can take us through what those chats show about how easily these question papers or the guest papers were being marketed using Telegram, right? Look at that. That's one of them. Sir, NEET ka paper dete ho kya? So there was a number circulated. This is how easily students, contacted them, and one of them said, "Ha, mil jayega." And take a look at that, sir. Paper kahan se milta hai aapko? And there is this conversation. There are 4 or 5 screenshots that we've accessed. This conversation goes on, and then this person says, "Paper hamare paas direct NTA office se aata hai." That is what this WhatsApp chat says. Sir, proof kuch dikhaiye is what this person who's trying to get the paper out asks, and then this person who's texting says, "Aapko proof ke saath hi paper provide kiya jayega." And at one point, they also negotiate how the payment scheme is going to be, partly before the examinations and partly after the examinations. And they give the guarantee that these questions will come, and when the questions come, you will pay us after the examination. That is how confident they were. And these chats were accessed by my colleague Shambhavi. So I want Shambhavi to speak over this. Shambhavi, what do these chats prove?
Well, one thing that this chat proves is that it was very easy to access the leaked NEET paper, and the alleged owner of the group has not only accepted that he has the NEET paper, he has also accepted that he has the IIT JEE paper as well, and that whatever paper he's going to provide with lots of proof. And the proof that he has said that he'll be giving is the scorecard of the students that have scored very good marks on the basis of his leaked paper that he has shared with them. That is what he's been claiming. There has been video as well where you can see that what he has done is there was a detailed chat with one of the customers, and then after that from the entire chat he proceeds to open the PDF.
Shambhavi, Fadnavis is speaking on this. I'm going to come back to you. Devendra Fadnavis.
पेट्रोल और डीजल को लेकर प्रधानमंत्री ने अपील की है, उसके बाद ऑपोजिशन लगातार टारगेट कर रहा है. कैसे देख रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री की अपील को और ऑपोजिशन को क्या जवाब दें?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिस समय एक वैश्विक संकट की घड़ी होती है, उस समय अगर हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री कोई उपाय कहते हैं तो उनको सकारात्मकता के साथ लिया जाना चाहिए. हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि दुनिया के कई देशों की परिस्थिति बहुत खराब है. कई देशों में लॉकडाउन हुआ है, पेट्रोल के भाव 450-500 रुपए तक कई देशों में चले गए. 3 दिन पेट्रोल नहीं मिल रहा है.
Prime Minister. Okay, I'm coming back to Shambhavi. Sorry, we'll cut that portion where he spoke about the leak in Nashik and Pune and play that again. Shambhavi. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay.
And the screenshots that we were talking about, the video that we have also accessed shows that he uses the last year paper. So this is not a one-time thing. The alleged owner, the admin of the group, has been doing this for the past 5 years. So he has that leverage. He uses that previous year's question paper as well as those question papers that has been accessed by the students. He uses the scorecard of all of it and uses it as a proof to sell this year's NEET leaked paper to the prospective customers. And you can see how easily students were paying 50K, 30K, even 3 lakh rupees for that matter to access the NEET leaked paper. And he has also very openly said that there is no other channel or there's no other way that you can actually get it, because he gets it from NTA directly. So this is a completely authentic leaked paper. That is what he claims. Back to you.
Okay. There is also a video, if I can play that video, if I can ask the team to play the video. This is a screenshot. There, in fact, somebody is recording a screen. And in that screen, the date is clearly seen. It's 28th of April and the conversation, sorry, 21st of April. So from 21st of April till the 30th of April, they discuss. The exam is on the 3rd of May, ladies and gentlemen. They discuss in all of last week of April. And then even the question paper is there on that group. They click on that question paper and that question paper opens up and there you go, that's the guest paper. So it's just one of the groups. How many groups were there? Because we hear the government was trying to crack down on some of these groups. How many groups were there in all? Do we know how many people got access to these question papers? 23 million took the test. How many got these question papers?
So there were several groups. There one group was just dedicated to these question paper link, or you can say a little bit of header for the main question papers. There's one group for that where you enter the group. Even that group needs.
Go ahead. We're just trying to pull out that video. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, that group needs permission to enter. Because after this, there was this huge thing done by the NTA as well as the government, where the previous exam, which was conducted on 3rd of May, was scrapped off and a new exam was announced. That is when this group turned into private. Now, private groups on Telegrams can only be accessed by certain individuals. So there is first group, which acts like the header as a group where links of the main group is shared. Even that group needs permission to enter. Once you get the permission to enter, you enter that group, and from there, you click on the link, you are directed to another group. Another group is the main group where such papers or NEET papers, or for that matter, IIT JEE paper, leaked paper is been sent. Or not the complete paper though, just some screenshots or a couple of questions or maybe 3-4 questions or something which proves that they know what they're doing. Then from there is another group called proofs. In this group, they share the proof, the scorecard of the people who have secured very good marks using their guest paper or the leaked paper for that matter. And they are operating on the basis of 3-4 groups, and all those groups are working towards selling this leaked paper to their prospective customers. And they're also making sure, they have mentioned that numerous times on the group itself, that they are not going to send you the entire 100% of the real paper, because then what will happen is students will start appearing for 100% of it, and if they'll start achieving 720 out of 720, a lot of students will achieve that number, then that will draw suspicion to the students as well as to them as well. But what they're doing is they're sharing only, let's say, 60 to 80% of the paper, so that there is some scope for them actually not coming in the radar of the government or NTA for that matter. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah. Stay with me. We had Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, speak on this issue, because Nashik is one location where the investigation is focused, because that is believed to have been the first place where the paper was leaked. Between Nashik and Pune, the focus has been on the investigation in these two cities. Here's what Devendra Fadnavis is saying.
इसमें सीबीआई जांच कर रही है. सीबीआई को पूरा साथ हमारी पुलिस देगी, और मैं भारत सरकार का और विशेष रूप से जो नीट कंडक्ट करने वाली हमारी बॉडी है उसका आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने इसको गंभीरता से लिया, क्योंकि हमारे जो बच्चे हैं वो इतनी पढ़ाई करते हैं और कोई पेपर लीक करे, ये बात बिल्कुल गलत है. हम ये चाहते हैं कि जिस प्रकार की कार्रवाई हो रही है उसमें नीचे तक जाकर जो भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व है, हर व्यक्ति के ऊपर कार्रवाई हो, उसके लिए पूरा सहकार्य हम लोग करेंगे.
Getting in live pictures of protest in Manipur, ladies and gentlemen. There was we had pictures of an ambush, a story broken by Republic this afternoon, as leaders of the church were ambushed in Manipur. 3 clergy members were killed in Manipur as a result of that ambush, and we're getting in pictures of the protests. The protests are spreading across Manipur as we speak, and people are protesting on the streets. Let's tell you that At least 5 people were injured. 3 of them were shot dead while en route to a peace protest in Manipur. 3 church leaders and 4 others grievously injured in what was an armed ambush in Manipur's Kangpokpi district. They were part of a delegation of a senior clergy that was traveling from Churachandpur to Kangpokpi to attend an inter-association meeting. We had pictures of the ambush. So let's show you what happened this morning. This morning we had pictures of the church members killed in an ambush. And then we have the protests that have broken out in different parts of Manipur as a result of that. Getting in some responses, let's cut across live.
निबंधन करके रखा हुआ है पिछले 3 सालों से, तो इसलिए हम लोग सीरियस प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। और
सरकार से क्या कहना चाहूंगी?
सरकार से ये कहना चाहूंगी कि हमारा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह हमारा ये मणिपुर में चल रहा पिछले 3 सालों से चल रहा मणिपुर का मामला जल्द से जल्द खत्म कीजिए और हमको अच्छा से और ये पीस में एजुकेशन और पढ़ाई में ध्यान देने के लिए जैसे कि स्टूडेंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव के कहते हुए बोलना चाहता हूँ।
Okay, we'll go across also to my colleagues Lintoy and Johnson joining us live. Let's show you the pictures of what happened this morning, ladies and gentlemen. We had pictures of the ambush. The ambush on the left of your screen. Those are pictures of the church members, the clergy members who are traveling in vehicles. They were returning to Kangpokpi from Churachandpur district after attending a conference, and they were attacked midway. Waylaid and attacked, shot. 3 of them shot dead. And after unidentified armed men ambushed their vehicles in Manipur's Kangpokpi. There was a blockade along the Imphal-Dimapur highway earlier today. Now, these clergy members belonged to the Baptist Association. And some senior members included reverends who were in that vehicle when they were shot. And 5 others were reportedly injured and are also undergoing treatment. So as a result of that attack, ambush, protests have broken out in different parts of Manipur. Lintoy is joining us live. Lintoy, what's going on? Has anybody taken responsibility for the attack?
Yeah, as of now, no one has come up and taken the responsibility, and even that ZUF comes on has also denied all the allegations made up by the cookie bodies. So massive outrage is now building on the ground following the deadly ambush on this Thadau church leaders in Kangpokpi district, with various protests intensifying across several areas. So students, civil society organizations, church bodies and local residents have come on the streets condemning the attack, calling it an assault not just on individuals but on the larger tribal and religious community. And also protesters are demanding immediate identification of those responsible and stronger security measures in the hill districts. So many students are carrying placards and raising slogans demanding justice for the victims, while also questioning how church leaders traveling back from, the religious conference in Churachandpur could come under such a deadly attack despite the prolonged security presence in the region. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Lintoy there reporting live from Manipur, and these are protests panning out after an ambush which killed 3 church leaders, and this was a case of mistaken identity, but ultimately this is a fallout of the Naga versus Kuki conflict panning out in Manipur. Right, welcome friends to Live and Breaking 5 p.m. this Wednesday, and we are focusing on all the developments that have taken place in the NEET probe. Remember, over 24 odd arrests made after the paper leak. The NTA busy with finalizing the dates, but the question is, we asked this afternoon, how come year after year these leaks keep happening? Would the CBI be able to plug the gaps permanently this time? Let's begin with the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
CBI arrests NEET cheat brothers Mangilal and Dinesh Biwal. Sources say the accused bought NEET paper for rupees 30 lakhs. Air India trims international operations, cites record high jet fuel prices to reduce global operations. Prime Minister Modi cuts down convoy size during domestic visits, urges EV inclusion. Republic accesses details of Pratik Yadav's post-mortem. The report hints at blood clots being formed in Pratik's body. Assam Cabinet approves implementation of Uniform Civil Code, a bill to be tabled in Assembly on May 26. All right, welcome back again. In the NEET paper leak case, the Central Bureau of Investigation, or the CBI, produced arrested accused Shubham Khairnar before a Mumbai court, the Mumbai's famous Killa court. The court sent him to a 2-day transit remand. The accused is expected to be produced before a Delhi court on Wednesday. The CBI informed the court that Thursday, and the CBI informed the court that Khairnar allegedly has several associates linked to the case, and that his custody is required to identify and trace other members of the syndicate. The investigation has meanwhile taken a political turn after BJP worker Dinesh Biwal and his brother Mangilal were arrested from Rajasthan's Jamawar Ramgarh. They were taken into custody in connection with the leak and the fact that they were running a racket. The two were initially detained by the Rajasthan Police's Special Operations Group before being handed over to the CBI, which is now leading the investigation. Sources say both are currently being questioned over their alleged role in the case. Here's a ground report.
The CBI is currently investigating the NEET leak paper case, which was earlier being handled by SOG but has now been handed over to CBI officially. And several places in connection with this NEET paper leak case have surfaced, be it Gurugram, be it Sikar, Jaipur, Dehradun. These are the places that have come up in the investigation, part of the investigation. Also, a firm named RK Consultancy has also come up. The owner of the RK Consultancy, Rakesh Mandavaria, has been arrested by the CBI and is being currently questioned in connection with the case. We are standing right outside his office in Sikar. This is the RK Educational Consultancy. You can see MBBS Consultancy for India and abroad. He was detained from Dehradun, Uttarakhand, and is being questioned in connection with the case. So far, the SOG has questioned nearly 80 students and 135 individuals in connection of this case as part of the investigation. And also, sources indicate that the CBI team may soon visit RK Consultancy firm in Sikar as part of the ongoing probe. Now, you can also, we'll point out towards the AC here. You can see that this consultancy is currently closed, but the AC is still working, shows that they might have left from this place in a hurry, and hence the AC is on. But this is a shutdown. There is no worker, there's no employees here. But CBI may soon visit this place as part of the ongoing probe. You can watching RK Consultancy. The owner, Rakesh Mandavaria, is being questioned in connection with the case. CBI will be investigating this case, will continue to investigate this case and question many more people, a list of which has been handed over by SOG to them.
All right, Republic also gets your report from the homes of the two accused, Mangilal and Dinesh, and they are of course being questioned as we speak. Let's take a look.
जमवा रामगढ़ में इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। नीट पेपर लीक मामले की जांच जो कि एसओजी कर रही थी, अब सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। लेकिन जमवा रामगढ़ के जिन दो लोगों को एसओजी ने हिरासत में लिया, उनका पॉलिटिकल लिंक भी सामने आया, उसको लेकर तमाम आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश, उनके घर पर इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। सबसे पहले घर की तस्वीर देखिए। एक बड़े एरिया में जो घर है वो उनका बना हुआ है, और ये भी जो आसपास के लोग कह रहे हैं कि एक पार्टी के साथ वो इस इलाके में रसूखदार भी हैं, मांगीवाल और दिनेश। और ये घर देखकर भी आप तस्वीर लगा सकते हैं कि एक बहुत बड़ा आंगन आपको घर के बाहर नज़र आ जाएगा। सामने आप ये 2 मंजिला घर देख रहे हैं, ये भी उनका बताया जा रहा है। झूला इस आंगन में है, और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं जो कि बिल्कुल ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर बना हुआ, अंदर तक वो भी घर है। इसके साथ वाला घर आप देखिएगा, जहां पर जो पीली और पिंक पट्टी वाला जो घर है, ये भी उन्हीं का घर बताया जा रहा है। आंगन में 2 एसयूवी जो गाड़ियां हैं वो भी आपको यहां पर खड़ी हुई नजर आ रही हैं। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश, इन दोनों के ऊपर आरोप है कि गुरुग्राम के यश यादव से उन्होंने वो पेपर लिया, 30 लाख रुपए में पेपर लिया। उस पेपर को अपना, उनका जो बेटा है सीकर में पढ़ता है, वहां पर दिया। 29 तारीख को पेपर लेने के बाद अगले ही दिन यानी कि 30 तारीख को वो सीकर पहुंच जाते हैं। सीकर में अपने बेटे को वो जो पेपर है वो देते हैं। उसकी कॉपी वहां पर सीकर में बनाई जाती है। कॉपी बनाने के बाद जो दोस्त था बेटे का, उसके पास भी वो पेपर पहुंचा। तो कैसे ये पूरा नेक्सस चल रहा था, इसको अब सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। लेकिन जब मांगीवाल के पास हम उनके घर पहुंचे, उनके परिवार से बातचीत की, तो उनका कहना है कि ये सिर्फ आरोप है, इसमें कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। लेकिन हमें ये जानकारी मिली कि मांगीवाल, दिनेश, उनके परिवार में अभी तक 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिन्होंने नीट क्लियर किया। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो आरोप लग रहे हैं, और परिवार का जो बैकग्राउंड है कि 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे जिन्होंने नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया, और उन्हीं के ऊपर जो एक पेपर खरीदने के आरोप लग रहे हैं, उसी कड़ी में अब सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट करती हुई नजर आ रही है। और ये घर देखकर, जिस तरीके का घर है, आसपास के घर देखेंगे तो इतने लग्जरी घर आपको यहाँ पर नहीं मिलेंगे, इतने बड़े एरिया में बने हुए घर आपको नहीं मिलेंगे। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश का घर की तस्वीरें हमने आपको दिखाई। परिवार तो हालांकि ये बोल रहा है कि सब साजिश है, षड्यंत्र है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से फैक्ट्स निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो चीज़ें हैं वो निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं कि कैसे गुरुग्राम के यश यादव से वो पेपर जो है वो खरीदा गया, और उसके बाद कैसे अगले ही दिन सीकर जाकर वो पेपर जो है वो बेटे को दिया गया और बेटे के दोस्त को दिया गया, जिसके बाद जो मामला है वो प्रकरण प्रकाश में आया। और फ्रंट से आप देखेंगे घर के बाहर कच्ची पक्की सड़क, और ये घर की बाउंड्री शुरू होती है, और पीछे तक ये जो घर है वो आपको इसी तरीके से नजर आएगा। हालांकि अब क्राइम ब्रांच इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, और एसओजी ने जिस तरीके से इस पूरे मामले में दोनों को डिटेन किया था, और उसी कड़ी में सीबीआई ने अब कस्टडी लेकर जिस तरीके से हैंडओवर किया गया, इस पूरे मामले में आखिरकार वो पहला शख्स कौन, जिसके जरिए ये जो पूरा पेपर बाहर निकला, और उसी बेसिस पर आगे जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो हर एंगल पर, हर राज्य तक पहुंचती हुई नजर आ रही है। मांगीवाल की पत्नी है?
हाँ, उनकी पत्नी।
क्या हुआ था? पुलिस जब आई थी तो कुछ बताया था क्यों उनको ले जा रहे हैं?
पुलिस का पता नहीं मेरे को, पुलिस आई थी कि कौन आई थी पता नहीं मेरे को, पुलिस आई थी कि कौन आई थी। 2 लोग आए थे पहले, तो आ गए थे घर पे, बोल रहे थे कि हमको मांगीलाल से मिलना है। तो उन्होंने कुछ बताया नहीं। मैंने पूछा मैं कि क्या बात है, कौन हो आप, कि हम उनसे मिलना है, हमको बुलाया उन्होंने मिलने के लिए। तो वो भी आए, और सोते हुए मेरे हस्बैंड को, और फिर 2 आदमी आए पहले, तो फिर 10-15 लोग आ गए उनके साथ। मैं कौन हो, क्या है, क्या मामला है, बताओ तो सही हमको। तो उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया कि मैम बाद में बताएंगे, अभी हम इनको लेके जा रहे हैं। मैं कि आप कहाँ लेके जा रहे हो इनको, कि बाद में बताएंगे, अभी पता नहीं, हम कुछ बता नहीं सकते। कुछ नहीं बताया उन लोगों ने।
आरोप लग रहे हैं कि पेपर उन्होंने खरीदा, 30 लाख रुपए में पेपर खरीदा, गुरुग्राम के यश यादव नाम के शख्स से पेपर खरीदा।
ये सब झूठी है, साजिश कर रहे हैं मेरे पति के खिलाफ। ये सब कुछ नहीं पता मेरे को इस चीज के बारे में।
आपके परिवार के दूसरे बच्चों ने भी नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया?
मेरे जेठ के 2 बच्चे
Okay, protests seem to have broken out on the NEET issue across the country. We're getting these two pictures, one each from Kottayam in Kerala and Hyderabad. These are pictures from Kottayam in Kerala, SFI student leaders affiliated to the left carrying out these protests. And we have seen protests coming in from Kottayam in Kerala. These are activists of the Student Federation of India, left-wing organization, and of the Communist Party of India, and they are leading protests against NEET paper leak and the scam. The exam now countermanded, cancelled by the National Testing Agency. They are going to be announcing new dates, but the fact that the future of 2.3 million, 23 lakh students in limbo, yet again, year after year, has agitated the minds of the youth. All right, coming out of this now, but staying with Kerala, where we are seeing yet again delay happening on the issue of the leadership decision by the Congress-led UDF. The Chief Minister Rao, and the latest update is Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge will meet at 5:30 p.m., which is any time now, and following that, there will be an announcement on the Chief Minister's chair. Remember, the faction-ridden Congress party in Kerala is struggling to zero down on one leader despite having done a head count of supporters, despite having done all the lobbying. The fight remains between KC Venugopal, Ramesh Chennithala and VD Satishan, and outside player in Sunny Joseph, who is the KPCC president and has his own favourites. He has, of course, batted for KC Venugopal. Would the decision be made now, finally, almost after a week, since almost 10 days, in fact, after the results came out, giving clear verdict in favour of the Congress Muslim League combined? Shankar now joins us live for more on this. Shankar, crucial meeting of the Congress leadership between Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge at 5:30 p.m. What's the latest you can share from the ground? What's the buzz? Is it going to be KC Venugopal because he is seen as close to Rahul Gandhi?
Yes, it has become almost certain that a decision on the next CM of Kerala would come in a couple of minutes. The supporters of Ramesh Chennithala and VD Satishan are thronging to the houses of their leaders from 4 o'clock. Now we could see a huge crowd has been formed in front of the houses of all these leaders. You know, all these camps are very confident that the AICC will hopefully pick up their name for the CM post in the coming minutes. The 5:30 p.m. Meeting of Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi is very crucial as the wait for the CM post in Kerala has been passing 10 days as the votes were counted on May 4th, and the people in Kerala and the people who voted for the UDF have been waiting for the next CM since then, and it was expected to come in the last week, but due to the internal divisions over the lobbying of supporters led to the delay in announcing the CM post, as High Command was planning to announce KC Venugopal as the next CM of Kerala, but there was intense lobbying and massive protest erupted across Kerala, demanding to appoint VD Satishan as the next CM. And but the Ramesh Chennithala camp was so silent, and he said whatever be the decision which the High Command take would satisfy him, and he said he told AICC that he is ready to accept any of the decision which would be taken on the CM post. And Ramesh Chennithala, only the camp of Ramesh Chennithala and his supporters remained calm, but the supporters of VD Satishan and even KC Venugopal engaged in a flex war by erecting flags across the state in the Nukan corner of the state, demanding to make their favorite candidate as the next CM. And there were instances some supporters of both the leaders clashed with each other in some places, and there were flex posters affixed in front of the DCC office in all the districts demanding to make VD Satishan and KC Venugopal as the next CM. And even today, some posters appeared on the walls of the DCC office in Wayanad district warning Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi against the inordinate delay in taking a decision on the CM post. The posters were placed by some contest supporters, and they want Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi not to come to Wayanad again seeking votes in the next assembly polls, as when the Congress party was in a pathetic stage. It was Wayanad that helped him win the Lok Sabha seat in the last time after Rahul Gandhi's turn, when the later Priyanka Gandhi won from Wayanad. Now the supporters of UDF and even the Congress party workers say don't come to Wayanad again due to the delay, as they are much unhappy over the delay in taking a decision on the CM post. But in the coming minutes, there will be a decision.
That really shows how handicapped the Congress High Command seems to be, the kind of delay that's been happening. 10th day today since the results came in, and Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge all said to me, thank you so much, Shankar, for that update. And with that, we move out of domestic news to some international one. All eyes on Beijing as US President Donald Trump lands in a few hours from now with a big entourage, which includes almost the entire top leadership of corporate America. And the focus would be on whether Trump, after all the bluff and bluster, is able to retrieve the relationship with a very silent Xi Jinping and bring the US-China rivalry out of the kind of Cold War that it's been and stabilize the relationship. Let's take a look at the details of President Trump's entourage and what's on the table.
The Trump-Xi summit is being closely watched by the global businesses as both sides attempt to stabilize economic ties after years of reciprocal tariffs, export restrictions and supply chain disruptions. A powerful delegation of US business leaders, including executives from Tesla, Apple, BlackRock and Boeing, is accompanying Donald Trump to Beijing, highlighting the growing role of corporate America in US-China diplomacy. Trade and technology are expected to dominate the talks, with artificial intelligence, semiconductor exports and rare earth supply chains now central to the economic rivalry between Washington and Beijing. The White House says both leaders could discuss creating a new board of trade and investment aimed at keeping communication open in key sectors such as energy, aviation and advanced manufacturing.
Trump is also coming with a number of CEOs. They will be discussing trade. Both sides have reached a sort of a trade truce since last fall that had prevented each one from imposing high tariffs. And the White House says that there's interest from both China and the U.S. in extending that trade truce. So that's something that will be discussed. They'll also be discussing an arms sale to Taiwan that the White House has approved but has not yet allowed to go through. The Chinese would rather see that not come to fruition. So,
for American companies, the summit also represents a major commercial opportunity, with firms like Boeing reportedly seeking new aircraft deals, while Tesla pushes for wider approval of its self-driving technology in China.
I think what China wants is really a statement from Trump categorically saying that the U.S. does not support the Taiwanese government from breaking away from China. And of course, in return, I think Trump will want China to place orders for 500 Boeing aircrafts. I think that is the deal that we are anticipating.
The visit comes as rising tensions in the Middle East and fears over oil supply disruptions are increasing pressure on global markets, making energy security another key business issue on the agenda.
Well, I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Despite a temporary tariff truce, deep divisions remain over Taiwan, AI competition and export controls. Still, investors and multinational companies are hoping the summit can prevent further escalation between the world's two largest economies.
Tonight on 7:30 Super Prime Time, we tell you our Prime Minister Modi is walking the talk with his war appeal, cutting down the size of his convoy to just about 2 cars, while other ministers follow suit. And on the NEET leak, Kejriwal tries to incite a Gen Z-like revolution within India. Getting you all the updates at 7:30 p.m. tonight with me, Ishita Mitra.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा,
क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपू ही तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
More on the NEET cheat brothers, the Biwal brothers in Rajasthan, telling you about their links to the BJP and a photograph with the minister. The first ones to get the question paper, the guess papers of NEET for 30 lakh rupees. Air India trims international operations as even airlines start feeling the heat of the high jet fuel prices. Prime Minister Modi cuts down the size of his convoy. Most ministers, chief ministers, asked to reduce their convoy size by at least 50%. Mulayam Singh Yadav's son found dead in mysterious circumstances. Samajwadi Party MLA claims there could be foul play. The post-mortem report and initial details suggest or hint at a cardiac arrest. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, on day one, first cabinet meeting, decides to introduce the Uniform Civil Code as a statement of intent in Assam. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the live pictures coming in from APTN. It's the big Trump-Xi reset. Live pictures coming in from the Associated Press network as Donald Trump lands in China ahead of the critical meeting with Xi Jinping. That's Air Force One, and we are hearing that Elon Musk is also on board Air Force One and has landed in Beijing. The first meeting between the two leaders in almost a decade. US President Donald Trump and China's Xi Jinping will have a lot on their plate when they meet tomorrow morning, India time, 6 to 7 a.m. is when that handshake is expected. And they both will be meeting each other with a long list of pending issues, two of the largest economies in the world, number one and number two. Donald Trump has his task cut out. He's landed in Beijing in what is going to be a multi-day visit. The world's largest economies, the world's two largest economies, on how they take their trade relationship forward. Donald Trump has slapped tariffs on China. He's gone back and forth on the tariffs issue. So they will want to thrash that one out on the table when they meet in the next few days. Both countries, both leaders sharing rivalry on technology, on the size of their economy, on trade, and a whole range of issues are expected to be discussed, along with also the contentious issue of Taiwan. America has historically stood with Taiwan, even as China has more than 100 occasions in the last 1 month said that they would take over Taiwan at the first given opportunity. The timing of this meeting is interesting. It comes at a time when it's publicly known that China has been helping Iran in their war. In fact, most of the planes, and some reports put it at 39 planes that were lost by America in the Iran war, in the West Asia war. There are reports that have confirmed that Iran used the help of Chinese satellites to shoot down those planes in air bases from the skies. And that is why this important meeting gains all the more significance. And Trump is traveling to China with a large convoy and a large number of business leaders, top officials, who's who of the administration in America is with Donald Trump on Air Force One. And we also heard from Elon Musk. He's confirmed that he too will be getting off Air Force One in a few minutes from now. At least 12 business leaders on board. Tim Cook of Apple, Elon Musk also in Beijing as talks get underway. Ceremonial welcome expected. You can expect all the pomp and pageantry that you usually see with a summit of this scale. The last time a Donald Trump summit gained significance of this scale was when he met Vladimir Putin in Alaska. And that is why this meeting will be full of headlines, and we are getting you the live pictures. Donald Trump has landed in Xi Jinping, and there is a high-level delegation from China all set to welcome Donald Trump at the Beijing airport. And on tarmac, Xi Jinping will not be there, but the Chinese Vice President Han Zheng. Han Zheng is expected to receive Donald Trump in Beijing on the tarmac. Han Zheng is widely seen as Xi Jinping's envoy for all big diplomatic events and even attended Donald Trump's presidential inauguration. So he will be there to receive Donald Trump in a few minutes from now. A little more about the Chinese Vice President, Han Zheng. He's a retired member of the Politburo, which is the Communist Party's topmost decision-making body. So the senior level officials in this very senior level engagement between both countries. On the ground, you have the US Ambassador to China, David Perdue, and we're going through reports of who's who will be on the tarmac to receive the American President, David Perdue. His counterpart, the Chinese Ambassador to the US, Xi Feng. China's Executive Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ma Zhao. Okay, that's Donald Trump walking slowly, cautiously, down the stairs, waving. That's not a wave, that's a mini. Yeah, that's a Donald Trump waiting for the signal to ease. The pictures coming in from Beijing as he gets off Air Force One, and he's greeted by the Chinese Vice President to what is a huge welcome at the Beijing airport. That's the closest you can get to the delegation that is receiving Donald Trump on the tarmac.
Yeah, I got him.
Xi Jinping's deputy receiving Donald Trump as he gets off Air Force One. Han Zheng, that is Xi Jinping's deputy, the Vice President of China, and he's seen as the topmost official for all diplomatic affairs. He was also present in Washington, D.C. when Donald Trump was sworn in. Also present at the airport as we speak, as we look at the live pictures coming in, the US Ambassador to China, David Perdue. His counterpart, the Chinese Ambassador to the US, Xi Feng. China's Executive Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ma Zhao. And the White House has confirmed that these will be some of the officials who will be receiving Donald Trump at the airport. That's the red carpet rolled out for the American president. Donald Trump arriving in China in Beijing to that red carpet welcome. The Chinese Vice President receiving Donald Trump on the tarmac. The ambassadors of both countries also on that red carpet. Suresh Kumar Goel is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Goel, good evening. Live pictures from Beijing. Would you call it a reset, or would you call it an alteration to the very complicated ties that both countries enjoy?
I really don't know whether reset is or whether alteration is. I think essentially Trump has gone to Beijing to basically in the changing international order to see what kind of a relationship they can have with China in the new international order, what kind of trade, what kind of accommodation they can have. There are several issues that Trump is facing where he will actually require China to be on board in terms of the international situation. So I think it's going to be basically a kind of a visit where the Trump is going to see how far can China accommodate American sensitivity, and China is going to look at the USA in terms of what USA can do, in terms of what China really needs globally and the region. So it's an exploratory kind of a thing where they will both want to see how far they can understand and accommodate each other.
Yes.
Okay.
So given the size of the delegations, the welcome, and the messaging here, sir, all the top entrepreneurs, all the top businessmen, all the biggest companies from America were on board Air Force One with Donald Trump. So obviously the messaging is that they will want to open up to trade with China in a bigger way, isn't it?
Well, China, see, the way Chinese business operates, they may want to look at the American technology, the American market, but they don't really completely depend upon the American market. And therefore, while there is a considerable amount of American business which has gone now with President Trump, I really don't see if these visits are going to translate into huge amount of business. What America is looking at is whether there can be an international board of trade, there can be investment, what China can do in the USA. China will be looking at at USA, whether they can reduce tariff, whether they can reduce the taxes, whether they can actually come and meet with the Chinese technological imports. So let us see. I don't really see that at the moment we can put in a lot of saying that yes, this is going to happen. Let us see what happens. It's an important visit. Trade is an important part. Iran is an important part. Chinese influence now in the Gulf and the Asia is an important part of the business. Therefore, let us see what happens. Too early to say anything.
Yes. Sir, do stay with me because I also have joining us on the broadcast. Okay. Now, while we do that, sir, meanwhile, getting in more details of the delegation. Those are live pictures, ladies and gentlemen. We're staying with the live pictures. These are live pictures of the beast just leaving the airport there, the tarmac. Vivek Mishra is also joining us on the phone line. He's the Deputy Director of Strategic Studies Program at the ORF, along with Lieutenant General Shankar. PR Shankar joining us live. But Mr. Mishra, if I can take one question from you and then go across to Lieutenant General Shankar. What would you look forward to from this key visit of the two leaders?
So I think, the primary aspect of this is economic because the sheer power pack of the delegation that Trump is taking along, the number of CEOs, the number of, the turnovers that he has capped in the Air Force One is really astounding. So I think he's really looking for a business breakthrough. In terms of investment, of course, this is quintessential Trump telling you that he's going to get more from China than China is going to get out from the United States. But I think we'll have to wait and see what comes out of this. There's certainly investments on the cards, and I think he will persuade China to buy whether it is beans or whether it is, the three Bs, which is businesses, China will in turn look for reduction of tariffs and technology and export controls and so on and so forth. So I think those are the key issues that will be mulled out. But I do see a sense of bilateral investments from both sides to the United States as well as to China.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. General Shankar, I mean, it's hard to take Donald Trump seriously, right? I mean, China's also the most controversial issue in America before elections. He spent 90% of his campaign accusing Joe Biden of being a Chinese agent almost. And at the same time, even Donald Trump knows he can't ignore China and the fact that perhaps somewhere it's affecting his economy. Sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot at the outset for inviting me on Republic. This is a crucial meet for USA and China, there's no doubt, because both of them are going through problems. Right? If I have to characterize this meet, it is as if it's on 3 T's: trade, tech, and Taiwan. Trade is probably the most important thing for both of them. Mr. Trump wants to sell soybeans to Beijing, or rather, Beijing should take the amount of soybeans he produces, because that affects his basic constituency. You know, the agricultural constituency of the Midwest, who have to, he has to satisfy them. And then, of course, Boeing. He's hoping that he'll get a big deal for Boeing. And from, the tech point of view, if you look at it, China wants the H100 chips, all that. So there are a lot of things which are going on. And of course, Taiwan. Both of them seek a position on Taiwan. In fact, China would be pressurizing USA not to go soft on Taiwan, and that any arms sale to them should be through them and things like that. And they sense that Trump is not too serious on Taiwan, especially now that he's, entangled with Iran. They might also be sensing, look, we'll put pressure on Iran and you ease off on Taiwan, some kind of a deal there. So all this is there in the offing. Let us see where it goes. But one thing for sure, both the superpowers at this point of time are weak. You see that, US weak in the sense they're weak from to get any bargain, to get any great deal through. Trump and USA are mired in Iran, and they have to extricate themselves from there somehow with a sense of victory. On the other hand, Beijing had a lot of problems. They're economically then in a pretty bad state. Their latest demographic figures indicate that they're falling off a cliff, and they have internal military problems and political problems. So unlike the last time when they met, when both of them were vying for a position, it's not so now. It's not that thing that, look, it's a meet between USA and Beijing. It's not going to affect the whole world. Maybe some part of Middle East people will be looking forward to things. But I don't think it's such a great meet that is normally you expect it to be. So I think we'll see where it goes. He's just landed. Maybe later in the day, I think at about 10 o'clock or so, their time, they're going to meet in one of those fancy places, and then we'll see where it goes. Personally, also from Indian point of view, there's nothing much we gain out of it. Except that, look, both the superpowers are not been very great to India. We have not been able to trust them. There's a trust deficit with both. And we're not the outcomes really won't affect us the way I look at it. Back to you. Any more questions? I'm prepared to take them on.
Okay. Just stay with me. I also have Ambassador Deepak Vora joining us on the phone line. Ambassador Vora comes in the back of the war in West Asia. And the role that, of course, it was an American war, American-led war. You had China play a very silent role. And many call it China's war. That the real intent was to sort of squeeze China. So, we know the kind of role they played in backing Iran, giving tactical support, one that led to the destruction of many bases, perhaps. So, given that context, diplomatically, how do you see this visit over the next few days pan out, sir?
Well, thank you very much. No one trusts China, not even the Chinese fellows themselves. Now, Trump has gone there. I see a trilateral kind of arrangement being worked out. Russia, China, and the United States. The United States has already declared Venezuela as its 51st state. So they are going to be told. The Chinese don't give two hoots. They don't get two hoots. I could have used stronger language about Iran. The Chinese don't like Islam. But they were doing it because it got America bogged down there. And plus, Iran was selling oil at heavily discounted prices to China. Nobody else was buying it, including us. Therefore, this was in China's interest. But now that Hormuz is closed and the American blockade is preventing Chinese ships, Chinese container vessels from going there and loading oil, I think China really is not interested anymore in Iran. So what's going to happen is that American tiger, Donald Trump, you can do what you want with Iran. Let me do what I want with Taiwan. And Shri Putin, you do what you want with you. I see this coming. Each country has its immediate interest. America is Iran, Taiwan is for China, and Ukraine is for Russia. So this is the kind of thing I'm seeing. Plus, who are the guys he has brought with him, Donald Trump? He's brought all those big tech companies, 15 or 16 CEOs, all of whom had been hurt by China. And he's going to make sure that these guys give it very clearly to the Chinese. So I have a feeling that this is a non-starter. They'll be talking at each other, not to each other. This will be a dialogue of the deaf. They'll talk, nobody will listen. There'll be a nice statement at the end. We had a free and frank exchange of views, which essentially in diplomacy means that we screamed at each other. So I would say that I'm not at all excited by this. It doesn't hurt us at all. It doesn't impact us at all. In fact, if anything, China is America's enemy number one. And probably if Trump begins to understand this after visiting China, he might have a different opinion of India because we are the one country that can take China head on.
Yeah. Thank you, Ambassador Vora, and thank you, Lieutenant General Shankar, for joining us on this broadcast. Pictures that came in from Beijing. We'll take a break. Republic will be live through the night and early morning tomorrow as Donald Trump meets Xi Jinping in Beijing.
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आटे और मसाला
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran completely, the impact on India could be disastrous.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, US President Donald Trump has already landed in Beijing for a two-day visit where a crucial meet with the Chinese president is set to take place tomorrow. Getting you all the updates on that after the headlines. Let's take a quick look at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Trump arrives in Beijing for talks with China's Xi Jinping on Iran war trade and US arms sales to Taiwan. American businessmen, including Elon Musk and Tim Cook, joined Trump's China visit amid trade tensions between the two largest economies. Three church leaders killed after attack on their vehicles by unidentified assailants. Protests erupt across Manipur. Prime Minister Modi cuts down convoy size during domestic visits, urges EV inclusion. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour, Donald Trump's crucial two-day visit to China. Now, just a short while ago, he arrived at the Beijing airport. He was received by the Chinese Vice President Han, giving all the respect to the US President who is in China for 2 days. Now, he's set to take place a meeting with the Chinese President tomorrow. And there are several issues on the cards which the two leaders of the two largest economies in the world are going to be discussed. Now, this visit was already delayed due to the Iran war, so that is something that will come up between the discussions. You also have tariffs imposed by US on China, along with what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Those are the discussions that will likely take place between the two leaders as tomorrow President Trump meets the Chinese president. Now, it's a two-day visit. Several things are on the cards. You also have tariff tensions building up between the two economies, while there's Iran war going on in West Asia. Now, apart from that, there's also a tech race taking place between the two economies, and those are the issues that will be taken up this time. Now, remember, the last time President Trump visited China was in 2017, and during that time, he was interestingly received by a state councillor. So this time, both the countries, in fact, have started on a strong footing, as it was the Vice President of the China which came and received the US President. All right, now we're being joined by several guests on the broadcast, including Arnab, who's a political and economic expert. He's joining us live from Beijing. And we also have Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar. He's a strategic affairs expert. Thank you to both of you for joining us on Republic TV. Now, coming to you, Arnab, first. We are looking at a crucial meet which is set to take place tomorrow between President Trump and President Xi. How do you look at this visit, and also what is on the cards for the two leaders?
This is a very interesting meeting because there are several parts to it. One is, of course, Iran and the war that's there. Donald Trump said when he was on his travels that he didn't need China to help with the Iranian war, but then he said that he was going to have a long talk about Iran with Xi Jinping. The problem is that China does not control Iran, just like it does not control Russia, and therefore it will be very, very difficult for Xi to actually do anything. His approach is to try to get a peace table going. He's supporting different countries who are coming forward with plans and saying that it has to be a group effort because the trust between Iran and the U.S. has been destroyed by breaking treaties and 2 attacks during peace talks that were going on. So that's one area. Then you get into the trade, which you were mentioning. The very, very important to Donald Trump, and especially, he needs to bring home some red meat to the American public. They're not very happy. 2 out of every 3 thinks that he made a mistake going into Iran and that it was not well planned. And of course, the elections are coming up, and he has the Epstein files. So he would dearly love to have something where he can declare victory. I believe that China will give him some things, but will also ask for things. It's going to be very transactional. I believe that not only China, but most countries believe this is the only way that you can deal with Trump. Big promises don't really matter, because it only matters to Trump what you've done for him today.
Right, Arnab. In fact, I agree with you. And on this, we're also being joined by David K. Johnson, who's an investigative American journalist, joining us live from New York. Now, David, I want to ask you, this visit by President Trump to China comes at a time when there is a war underway in West Asia, which has certainly not gone in U.S. favor. So, and there's also a tech race building up between the two economies. So Trump certainly wants something solid to take back home. So how is the U.S. looking at this visit?
Well, Trump absolutely needs to have something he can declare. Look what a brilliant communicator and negotiator I am, which he's not a brilliant negotiator. He's going to want to sell American soybeans, and China may well say we'll buy some, but probably nowhere near the level that the U.S. was selling in the past, because they've made contracts now with Canada, Brazil, Australia to buy soybeans. He wants to sell Boeing aircraft. And he wants President Xi to step in and help him on the war in Iran. And in the long-term strategy of this, I don't see any reason for Xi, even if he could, to do something particularly helpful. Now, Iran sells about 70% of its oil to China. But China has been for years, and I've written about this over the years, building up enormous reserves of oil. It has 4 times the strategic petroleum reserve the United States has. And China has other options for buying oil. So it's much less damaged by this war, at least in the short or medium term, than, say, Vietnam, the Philippines, South Korea, Japan, which have only very brief storage capacity.
Right. Now, on this broadcast, we also have with us Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar, who's with us. Lieutenant General, I want to ask you, there's certain red lines when it comes to the discussions that could take place between the U.S. President and his Chinese counterpart, and Taiwan is one of them. You know, we've historically seen that Washington has pledged support for Taiwan, but of course, for China, it is a no-go zone. So do you think such issues could also come up in these discussions?
Yeah, they will definitely come up. In fact, I would frame this meet as of 3 T's: trade, tech, and Taiwan.
All right.
But China will want some concessions on Taiwan from USA, which I don't think USA will give. But look, let me look at the broader picture. I've heard the other 2 guests speak. The way I look at it, or most of us from India look at it, this is just a bilateral meet. You know, 6 months back or 8 months back when Mr. Trump went to Busan and met, it was being billed as some kind of a G2 meet. I don't think it is so. It is just a bilateral meet between Mr. Trump and Mr. Xi Jinping. And both need a victory because domestically both are beleaguered. You know, if you look at Mr. Trump, he's beleaguered with the Iran crisis, the war, Epstein files, and, you know, he has a constituency where he has to sell soya beans to China. On the other hand, China has its own internal problems. Its economy is not doing well at all. And its demographic figures which has come out are quite alarming. And its military is in tremendous turmoil. So that indicates an internal political struggle in China. Let's not have any doubts about it. So they're looking at a mutual victory, somewhere what they can have come to some understanding with each other, and both can declare a victory and get away from it. Look, I also feel that, Iran, there'll be no major outcomes. As much as, you know, China has got huge reserves and all that, but China is having its own problems. You can't compare China with Vietnam. Vietnam is a small country. It will have small reserves and that's it. China is a huge country. It's a manufacturing nation. It needs much more. Its requirements are much more. So to that extent, I don't think China has not been affected by this whole thing. And especially look at it, after Venezuela, they lost a significant supply. Line from Venezuela. Now it is Iran. 2 major lines closed at depreciated prices. Now whatever they have to buy from, it will be from an open market post this whole story. So I don't think China is in a very great position as far as the Iran war is concerned. As much as US wants to get out of the Iran war, you know, China is on the horns of a dilemma. It would like to see the Iran war finish so that it can get on with a whole lot of things. It's not only fuel, it's also sulfur and sulfuric acid, it's also helium. And it has already started getting oil from dependency, it's increased on USA, right? So I think there is both of them want to seek a way out. I mean, we shouldn't get the idea that, you know, Mr. Xi has a upper hand or Trump has a upper hand. I think both are at even keel. I call them today the beleaguered superpowers, and they have to, come to some deal together for a face-saving thing. That's why I said it's not a great deal. It's just a bilateral meet. Back to you.
All right, so Einar, David K. and Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar, thank you to all 3 of you for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your analysis on this big, crucial meet that's set to take place between the US President and his Chinese counterpart tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. All right, viewers, now Assam is also set to become the latest state to move towards implementing a uniform civil code. Now, Chief Minister Hemant Biswa, in fact, on day one, has announced that the state cabinet has already decided to introduce the UCC bill on May 26. Now, the BJP government says that the move is aimed at ensuring equality, justice, while the opposition has accused the government of the day for pushing a politically sensitive agenda. Here are more details on the story. Take a look. Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sharma announced that the state government will introduce the Uniform Civil Code Bill on May 26th. The announcement comes after a cabinet meeting where the Assam government approved the proposal to bring a UCC framework for the state.
I think UCC is a part of our election manifesto. So every point, not only UCC, whatever we have mentioned in our election manifesto, will try 100% to implement each and every word we have mentioned in manifesto, including UCC.
Speaking on the decision, the Chief Minister said Assam is committed to ensuring equal civil laws for all citizens, adding that the bill would focus on justice, equality and legal uniformity.
In the first cabinet meeting chaired by Assam's Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sharma after swearing in as the Chief Minister of the state on May 12, the cabinet today decided to introduce the Uniform Civil Code in the upcoming assembly session, which will commence on 21st of May and will go on till May 26th. Speaking to the media, Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sharma said that the cabinet today approved the draft bill of the Uniform Civil Code and it will be introduced in the assembly on May 26th.
The BJP government has maintained that the Uniform Civil Code is aimed at removing disparities in personal laws governing marriage, divorce, inheritance and adoption across different communities. Now, Assam's move comes after Uttarakhand, which became the first state in independent India to pass a uniform civil code legislation, intensifying the national debate over the issue. While the BJP has projected the UCC as a step towards gender justice and constitutional equality, opposition parties have accused the government of attempting to polarize voters ahead of the upcoming political battles. The proposed legislation is expected to trigger intense political debate both inside and outside the Assam Assembly, with several organizations already preparing to either support or oppose the bill. With Assam now formally moving towards introducing the Uniform Civil Code, all eyes will be on Assembly session beginning May 26th, where the proposed legislation is expected to spark a major political showdown. All right, viewers, now moving on to what's happening in the state of Kerala. Now, posters carrying messages against Congress leaders Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra surfaced outside the Wayanad district. Now, Congress committee office, and today this happened amid a delay in naming the next Kerala Chief Minister despite the Congress-led UDF sweeping victory in the state. Now, here's more on this story. Take a look.
Even before the Congress announces its chief minister face in Kerala, an open revolt is now brewing inside the party. Posters targeting Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra have appeared in Wayanad, warning the Congress High Command against backing KC Venugopal for the top post. The posters carry sharp messages saying Kerala will never forgive the Gandhi sibling if Venugopal is imposed as the chief minister. Some even warn that Wayanad will become the next Amethi, a direct political message aimed at Rahul Gandhi, who earlier represented the constituency. Alongside Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, the current MP from Wayanad has also been dragged into the controversy as internal Congress factions continue to battle over the CM face.
Amid the tussle over the CM post in Kerala, some posters appeared on the walls of the DCC office in Wayanad district. The posters warn Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka not to come to Wayanad again in the next elections seeking votes. The posters further warned them that they will not win again in Wayanad Assembly constituency. You know, these posters clearly show the disagreement of the common party workers and the state leadership of the Congress against the ongoing chief minister selection process.
The political flashpoint comes at a time when KC Venugopal is emerging as a front-runner in the chief ministerial race with reported backing from a majority of MLAs and senior party leaders. But on the ground, resistance against Venugopal continues to grow, particularly from Satishan camp, which claims the leader of opposition led the party's fight against the LDF for 5 years. Even key UDF allies, including IULM, are said to be more comfortable with VD Satishan, adding to the pressure on the Congress High Command. For a party that has just returned to power in Kerala with a massive mandate, the biggest challenge now may not be the opposition, but managing its own internal factions.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching and don't go anywhere. Coming up after a short break, Donald Trump lands in Beijing for a 2-day visit. American businessmen, including Elon Musk and Tim Cook, accompany the US president.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
Pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that scientists suspect may be able to spread from person to person. For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Different viruses have different abilities to spread. Some, like measles, can spread like wildfire. Others are harder to spread. You have to be in very close contact with someone who's very sick, who has a lot of symptoms. This hantavirus, if it's spreading from person to person, seems to be in that latter. Health officials say the general public does not need to be worried about hantavirus. It's still rare. Officials are saying this.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran completely, the impact on India could be disastrous. If Beijing stops buying from Iran to please the United States, it will immediately move to the Russian and Saudi Arabian markets to replace those 1.5 million barrels. India currently relies on Russia for nearly 40% of its total oil imports. If a giant like China suddenly moves its massive buying power into the Russian market, the special discounts
Welcome back, friends. In today's Our Global, we cover the Beijing talks between the United States President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping as global markets watch for signs of stability in strained economic ties. With trade, technology, and energy security on the agenda, amid a temporary tariff truce, investors are closely tracking where the summit can ease tensions between the world's two largest economies. In our second story, we look at Iran's worsening economic crisis, where inflation, currency pressure, and sanctions are driving up the cost of living and squeezing household incomes. Despite government support measures, many Iranians say daily life has become increasingly difficult, with rising prices and shrinking real wages hitting workers, small businesses, and gig workers the hardest. And then, at the end, we'll cover European energy ministers meet in Cyprus, as tensions in the Strait of Hormuz disrupt global oil and gas flows, pushing up fuel prices. Talks focused on stabilizing markets, securing supplies, and easing costs for consumers, including possible windfall taxes on energy firms. Let's begin with the headlines. Markets on the edge as Trump and Xi meet in Beijing for high-stakes talks on tariffs, tech rivalry and fragile trade truce amid global economic uncertainty. Economic strain deepens in Iran as inflation, sanctions and currency pressure drive a sharp cost of living surge in Tehran, leaving households and workers struggling for common necessities. Lavrov says Russia will fully honor energy supply commitments to India, rejecting external pressure and asserting that bilateral energy ties will remain stable. EU energy ministers meet in Cyprus to address surging fuel prices and supply concerns as tensions in the Strait of Hormuz disrupt global oil flows and raise fears of prolonged economic strain across Europe. All right, let's begin with a breaking news development, in fact, coming in from Philippines. And reports say gunshots rung out outside the Filipino Senate, where authorities have tried to arrest a senator. These shots were fired inside the Filipino Senate in Manila. And the raid is underway to arrest Senator De La Rosa, an ICC fugitive. Gunfire inside the parliament being reported in Philippines. The country is on the edge of a constitutional crisis, and those gunshots were reported inside the Manila Senate building. Entrance door breached, media evacuated. And the suspect happens to be, these are pictures coming in, first pictures on Republic of a live police action panning out inside the Filipino Senate in Manila, where one senator seems to be a suspect by the name of De La Rosa. They were last seen on 5th floor, and shots fired in the Senate as raid is being carried out to arrest the suspect senator, who's also identified as an ICC fugitive. These are pictures coming in live of the police action, and we can see security measures being put in place. Senate of the Philippines, as it says in the pictures, and the security cordon thrown around the building. And the senator was found or last seen on the 5th floor. CCTV monitoring being done even as the security personnel carry out a swoop-down operation to arrest the suspect, who has fired some gunshots. No reports of injuries till now.
Hi, Chief. Any comment po? Any comment, sir? Sir, may putukan. Ano nangyari?
All right, De La Rosa has a warrant against her, and the warrant was unsealed by the International Criminal Court on Monday. That led to this shootout panning out inside the Philippines Senate in Manila. Moving out of that and on to our story and the focus, which is President Trump's ongoing visit now, to Beijing, China. Global markets closely tracking that high-stakes meeting that is going to take place between Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping tomorrow, as both sides look to stabilize strained economic ties after years of tariffs, export controls, and supply chain disruptions. With a temporary trade truce holding for now, the summit is expected to focus on trade, technology, and energy security, while major U.S. CEOs accompany the president, underscoring the strong commercial stakes in the relationship between the world's two largest economies.
The Trump-Xi summit is being closely watched by the global businesses as both sides attempt to stabilize economic ties after years of reciprocal tariffs, export restrictions, and supply chain disruptions. A powerful delegation of US business leaders, including executives from Tesla, Apple, BlackRock, and Boeing, is accompanying Donald Trump to Beijing, highlighting the growing role of corporate America in US-China diplomacy. Trade and technology are expected to dominate the talks, with artificial intelligence, semiconductor exports, and rare earth supply chains now central to the economic rivalry between Washington and Beijing. The White House says both leaders could discuss creating a new board of trade and investment aimed at keeping communication open in key sectors such as energy, aviation, and advanced manufacturing.
Trump is also coming with a number of CEOs. They will be discussing trade. Both sides have reached a sort of a trade truce since last fall that had prevented each one from imposing high tariffs. And the White House says that there's interest from both China and the U.S. in extending that trade truce. So that's something that will be discussed. They'll also be discussing an arms sale to Taiwan that the White House has approved but has not yet allowed to go through. The Chinese would rather see that not come to fruition. So,
for American companies, the summit also represents a major commercial opportunity, with firms like Boeing reportedly seeking new aircraft deals, while Tesla pushes for wider approval of its self-driving technology in China.
I think what China wants is really a statement from Trump categorically saying that the U.S. does not support the Taiwanese government from breaking away from China. And of course, in return, I think Trump will want China to place orders for 500 Boeing aircrafts. I think that is the deal that we are anticipating.
The visit comes as rising tensions in the Middle East and fears over oil supply disruptions are increasing pressure on global markets, making energy security another key business issue on the agenda.
Well, I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Despite a temporary tariff truce, deep divisions remain over Taiwan, AI competition and export controls. Still, investors and multinational companies are hoping the summit can prevent further escalation between the world's two largest economies.
From Trump to Tehran, Iran's economy is coming under growing strain as conflict in the Persian Gulf and mounting sanctions fuel inflation and drive up the cost of living. While Tehran insists it can withstand outside pressure, many ordinary Iranians say soaring prices, shrinking incomes, and economic uncertainty are making daily life increasingly difficult. Let's look at how's life like in Tehran.
Tehran's markets are still stocked, but for many Iranians, everyday essentials are slipping out of reach. Inflation, Currency pressure and wartime disruption are squeezing household purchasing power across the capital.
متاسفانه وضع اقتصادی بسیار بسیار بده، یعنی یه قشری هستن به هر حال اینا درآمدشون خود کمه دیگه، با توجه به این درآمد کم اصلا نمیتونن زندگیشون رو به اون چیز جوری که باید و شاید بچرخونن. این خیلی سخته، مخصوصا اونایی که مستاجر هستن که دیگه با مصیبت هاست.
Economists warn Iran is facing a deep cost of living crisis. Sanctions, supply chain disruptions, and damage to infrastructure are accelerating price in food, transport, and consumer goods. Taxi drivers say incomes are collapsing in real terms as fuel, rent, and vehicle maintenance costs surge. Many workers now rely on multiple jobs just to stay above subsistence level.
ببینید ما خیلی اقلام مثلا جنسی رو که برای خونه نیاز داریم، خیلیشون اصلا دیگه دورشون خط قرمز کشیدیم دیگه، اصلا دنبال اونا نمیریم. ولی چیزایی که مثلا ضروریه مثلا فرض بفرمایید که نون و سیب زمینی و حالا تخم مرغ هم که دیگه اصلا نمیشه بخرید.
The government has raised wages and expanded subsidy programs, but analysts say liquidity injections are also feeding inflationary pressure and weakening consumer confidence. Iran's confrontation with the United States in the Persian Gulf is adding further economic uncertainty. Concerns over the Strait of Hormuz are rattling global energy markets and increasing pressure on Tehran's economy. For younger workers, the crisis is becoming a question of survival rather than savings. Delivery riders and gig economy workers describe delayed wages, rising rents, and shrinking financial security.
والا الان که درآمد اقتصادی خیلی درآمد داغونیه، اصلا پول در نمیاد، باید به سختی پول در بیاری. من خودم شخصا الان دارم 2 تا شغل انجام میدم، هم دارم دستفروشی میکنم، هم دارم بازاریابی تپسی میکنم. بازاریابی تپسی به این صورته که هر موتوری که ثبت نام کنی 500,000 تومان میدن، ولی تقریبا الان 1 ماهی هستش که ما هنوز پولی دریافت نکردیم، فقط کار کردیم.
All right, we are getting a breaking news development, in fact, connected with Prime Minister Modi's upcoming visit to the United Arab Emirates. It gains significance in the backdrop of the appeal made by Prime Minister to tighten the belt, because we are looking at a period of uncertainty insofar as fuel supplies are concerned. In fact, during the visit of Prime Minister to UAE, a very short one, on his way to Europe, one of the key areas of focus will be energy security, and 2 important MOUs in the areas of LPG and strategic petroleum reserves are likely to be concluded. This is going to be a short one, but a very important, crucial one, given the fact that we are facing a veritable fuel crisis panning out not just for India, but for around the world. And even as we stay on fuel crisis, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has said that Russia will fully honor all energy supply agreements with India, insisting that cooperation between the 2 countries will continue despite what he called unfair external competition, and adding that India's energy interests will not be affected under any circumstances. Reassuring words coming in there from the Russian Foreign Minister, who's in New Delhi tomorrow to participate in the BRICS Foreign Ministers Summit. That's going to have foreign ministers of 11 countries participating. BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting happening parallelly even as President Xi Jinping does a tango with US President Donald Trump. All right, while energy is a concern for us, it's also for Europe. Their energy worries are deepening amid the ongoing blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, like for the rest of the world, a crucial shipping lane through which nearly 1/5 of the world's oil and gas supplies pass. Meeting in Cyprus, the European energy ministers are now scrambling to contain the fallout of the soaring fuel prices, along with growing fears of long-term economic disruption.
The energy crisis triggered by tensions in West Asia are now sending shockwaves across Europe. The EU's energy ministers gathered in Nicosia, Cyprus for urgent talks aimed at tackling surging fuel prices linked to the ongoing blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The narrow waterway remains one of the world's most critical energy routes, carrying approximately 20% of global oil and gas supplies. Opening the meeting, Cyprus Energy Minister Michael Damianos warned that the situation remained critical, while also saying that the EU is focused on safeguarding economic and energy security.
Under our motto, an autonomous union open to the world, we are focused on safeguarding Europe's economic and energy security, as well as energy affordability for people, businesses and industry, while remaining open to the world and firmly grounded in a shared European values. Today's discussions are aligned with that mission. We aim to deliver a resilient energy system capable of withstanding external shocks while ensuring that energy remains affordable.
Cyprus currently holds the European Union's rotating presidency, placing it at the center of EU's emergency response discussions. Spanish Ecological Transition Minister Sarah Agustin revealed that 5 European countries have written to the European Commission backing a windfall tax on excess profit earned by energy companies.
We need to have a balanced approach between consumers and industries that are suffering from this crisis and companies that probably they are having an extra profit in this current situation. So we want to see the balance there.
The ministers also posed for a family photograph before beginning closed-door discussions, which are expected to focus on energy resilience, price stabilization and market intervention, among others. As fears grow over prolonged instability in West Asia, Europe now faces difficult challenge of securing energy supplies while preventing another major living cost for millions across the continent.
All right, Russia has carried out a successful test, or rather retest or launch of its new nuclear-capable ICBM, the Sarmat, one of the most powerful weapons in Moscow's arsenal. President Vladimir Putin hailed the launch as a major milestone in modernizing Russia's nuclear forces, claiming the missile can bypass all existing missile defense systems and strike targets across the globe. Remember, the development comes with the continuing standoff between Russia and the West over the ongoing Ukraine war.
Russia has successfully tested its latest heavy intercontinental ballistic missile, the RS-28 Sarmat. It is the next-generation nuclear-capable weapon designed to replace the aging Soviet-era missile, also known as Satan in the West. The launch was conducted by Russia's strategic missile forces, and the missile met all technical and combat specifications during the test.
Товарищ Верховный Главнокомандующий, сегодня в 11 часов 15 минут ракетными войсками стратегического назначения проведен пуск новейшей тяжелой жидкостной межконтинентальной баллистической ракеты «Сармат». Пуск успешный, задача пуска выполнена. По результатам испытаний подтверждена правильность заложенных конструкторских и технологических решений, а также реализуемость ракетным комплексом заданных характеристик.
President Putin personally praised the launch, describing the Sarmat as the world's most powerful missile system. He claimed its destructive capability exceeds that of any Western equivalent by more than 4 times.
Во-первых, это самый мощный ракетный комплекс в мире, не уступающий по мощности стоящему у нас на вооружении ракетному комплексу «Воевода», как только что было сказано, еще советского производства. Суммарная мощность доставляемого боезаряда более чем в 4 раза превышает мощность любого существующего самого мощного западного аналога.
Putin also said the missile can travel not only along a traditional ballistic path but also on a suborbital trajectory, giving it a range of over 35,000 kilometers and the ability to evade existing and future missile defense systems. He announced the Sarmat missile will officially enter combat duty by the end of this year.
Во-вторых, и это главное, ракета может двигаться не только по баллистической, но и по суборбитальной траектории. Что, в-третьих, позволяет обеспечить дальность применения свыше 35 тысяч километров с одновременно улучшенными в 2 раза характеристиками по точности. И, наконец, с возможностью преодоления всех существующих и перспективных систем противоракетной обороны. В конце текущего года Sarmat действительно будет поставлен на боевое дежурство.
The announcement comes amid continued nuclear rhetoric from Russia since the beginning of the Ukraine war in 2022. Putin has repeatedly warned the West against increasing military support to Kyiv, while Russia accelerates efforts to modernize its strategic nuclear arsenal. With the Sarmat set to become operational soon, concerns are now likely to grow globally over a renewed nuclear arms race between Russia and the West.
Well, a lot happening around the world, but this is all what we could pack for you in 20 minutes in our global. Short break coming up on the other side. This is exclusive.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
का ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है। राष्ट्रीय इलायची जश्न का जश्न।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो है।
आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। एमटीएच का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This week we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल। This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping, while the news might focus on
Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, on This is Exclusive. We're coming to you with an exclusive story on the NEET cheat. We have gone deep inside the groups that cheated students. We have the full details. We're getting you All the details, the audio tapes, the videos, and how they sold these question papers for lakhs of rupees. Here are the headlines on This Is Exclusive. All about the NEET cheat brothers. That's where it all started. Mangilal, Dinesh, the brothers who bought the NEET question papers for 30 lakh rupees and then sent it to everyone across the country. Republic infiltrates the NEET cheat groups. We are inside those groups. We'll tell you how papers were marketed. Five accused arrested, all on the masterminds, straight from Nashik to Pune to Sikar, in Rajasthan to Jaipur. We join the dots, get you the faces. Donald Trump lands in Beijing for the Trump-Xi summit. The big reset between America and China expected. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting in some breaking news right now, and this is exclusive. Before we go across to our story, which is exclusive this evening, Amul has hiked milk prices by 2 rupees per litre across the country, effective the 14th of May. Now, this is big, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to affect every household in India. This will have an impact on every household in India, and this will cause a dent, of course, in finances of homes across the country. 2 rupees per litre, that's the increase, and this could have a cascading effect. Now, if milk prices are increased, the prices of all byproducts will also automatically increase. Now, we are seeing this situation also coming at a time when the Prime Minister has asked for conservation of fuel. When we are seeing not really austerity, but measures being taken to conserve fuel, to use lesser fuel. And we will be seeing more such announcements perhaps, because we are seeing different industries make announcements as a result of the stress on the fuel reserves in India. The cost of fuel has increased. Commercial fuel, commercial LPG has increased. And as fuel prices increase, we may be in for a bigger shock perhaps. We had some more announcements come in. For example, Air India decided to cut down their international operations because of the increased jet fuel prices. And Amul has now decided to increase fuel prices by at least 2 rupees across the country. Essential goods could get costlier as a result of the fuel emergency. It's not really an emergency yet, but the fuel crunch in India. There is a huge possibility. Amul has decided that fuel prices will be increased by 2 rupees per litre, maybe much more in thicker variants of milk. This is what we are hearing. We wanted to get that detail right on top of 7 p.m. Amul Cooperative has confirmed that this particular price rise will be effective across the country starting tomorrow. And 2 rupees per litre, that's at the basic variant of milk. 2 rupees per litre, and it goes much more. In fact, in different variants, 500 ml, which used to cost 28 rupees earlier. This is the packeted milk, will now cost 29 rupees. 1 litre packeted milk, which was 55, will now cost 57 rupees. Similarly, Tetra Packs, which earlier costed 63 rupees, will cost 66 rupees. That's how the price rise for milk will play out, will affect most households in India. And this is not good news. Essential commodities could become costlier in the days to come. As a result of the war, as a direct fallout of the West Asia crisis, Amul has decided that it is increasing milk prices starting the 14th of May, ladies and gentlemen. Ishita is joining us in just a few seconds on Republic TV. Ishita, we are seeing the stress being felt across different industries, across the board. Because if milk prices are increased, the cost of food will obviously increase. Essential commodities, essential food items. We're seeing the stress also being felt by the airline industry, right? This is going to have a cascading effect across the board. Ishita.
All right, Niranjan, so that's the latest we're picking up as far as Amul price hike goes now. Amul, in fact, has hiked its price by 2 rupees per litre, and this will be happening across several states and union territories. So across the length and breadth of the country, this move will be implemented. It will come into effect from May 14th. So that's the latest we're picking up. The price of milk will now be hiked by rupees 2 per litre. So essentially what was costing somewhere around, let's say, 24 will now be costing about 26 as far as the price hike goes for milk. Now, this will be effective from May 14th across India. This means that the price hike will come into effect across the length and breadth of the country from May 14th. Now, it is a big move, in fact, coming in because it's not a small hike that's taken place. Usually when the price hike happens, it's usually something about per paisa. The proportion is considerably less, but this time it's about 2 rupees per litre. The hike is, in fact, considerate. It has come in and it will be coming into effect from May 14th across India. That's the latest we are picking up. It's still a developing news, so more details will be coming in, which will put into context this hike that has been brought in by Amul. But right now the price hike is around 2 rupees per litre across the length and breadth of the country. It will be effective from May 14th.
Okay, thank you for that. Supply chain disruptions ongoing due to the West Asia war have impacted the prices of daily essentials like groceries, medicines, LPG cylinder, other commodities. And experts have been warning in the last few weeks and months that an extended war would only mean that a runaway inflation effect across the world, including in India. We've seen the impact of it on the airline industry. We've seen the impact on it on essential goods, food items, and all of which are likely to get much more costlier. India imports about 60% of its LPG needs, and a large chunk of it comes through the Hormuz. And as we face a fuel crunch in India, this could be the beginning, perhaps, of more such shocks to come across the board. Amul, the first to announce a price hike in the price of milk. It's now up by 2 rupees per litre. And let's go across to Mr. Shankar Thakkar on the phone. Mr. Thakkar, this is going to have a cascading effect, isn't it?
Definitely. In recent past, already the company of milk has increased their prices frequently, and now in this crisis period, they have increased 2 rupees once again. So this is a nightmare for the Indian public.
Yeah. No, but we're already seeing, in fact, some vegetables, fruits, pulses, edible oils. Some estimates show that the prices have gone up almost 5% since March.
Yeah.
And that's not good news. It could only get worse, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. Because already there is crisis of LPG, and now they are increasing milk. So public who is not get money up to their belongings, how to survive? This is a very crucial period. The company have to decide first what they're doing. This is good for Indian public or not.
Yes. In fact, you've already had the government take a few measures. Gold, silver import duties have been increased. That's to, of course,
safeguard our forex reserves. We have Mr. Subramaniam, who's a chartered accountant and senior economist, also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Subramaniam, supply chain disruptions will be there. And we're going to see more of such disruptions. It's going to have an effect on inflation. Perhaps we should all brace ourselves for more such announcements.
Yeah, definitely. See, I think we have faced this kind of disruptions in the past 5 years. Okay, like COVID is the best example, which no one has seen in our generation, I would say. After this 1918, the Spanish flu, after that, the biggest tragedy happened is the corona, right? But we are able to overcome due to some strategic decisions and the new schemes brought by the Central Ministry and all. After that, we had a Russia-Ukraine war and Israel-Gaza war. In all those situations, we had a supply disruptions and we had a crude oil price hike, which is the main cause of, or I would say that it is a major ticket item in the inflation, right? So since we are dependent on about 85% of our energy from the overseas countries, so that is going to sit in a big ticket item in our inflation index. That is why I think Modi ji has actually asked people to reduce the petrol diesel consumption by doing the work from home, or he has requested the colleges and schools to do the online. So directly or indirectly, we should contribute to the global Indian economy, because the global economy is in a difficult situation now. Even the Singapore Prime Minister, he has also, a couple of weeks back, he has also requested the people to judicially spend money on that, because he said supply disruptions will be there. Okay, supply disruption can be on energy, or can be on any raw material products which are going to come into our own country. Okay, but we have seen that big issue for the automotive market in the corona times. Same thing can happen. That is why we need to be a self-sustained economy, not only in agriculture, in wherever our needs, whatever the products which are essential for the day-to-day life, we need to focus and make production from in-house. So that is what our focus should be. But definitely, I think prior to 2014, if you see the inflation numbers, it were in double digits. It has touched about 10.95%. Okay, because of a lot of measures taken by the central government and state governments, it is under control. It's less than or within the 4 to 6% of the RBI band. But this crisis is applicable across more than 130, 140 countries. Okay, but how we can resilient, how we can bounce back from these issues, or how can we proactively plan? So that is where our strength lies. Our resilient India, which they can focus and come out of this crisis. I think, yes, definitely it's a shock and surprise to everyone. We are not able to get energy from the overseas, and there may be a disruption in the local also, but we can plan proactively. I'm sure we can overcome in this situation.
Yeah. In fact, you also had, as a measure being taken by the government, a few duties increased. This announcement came in the last 24 hours. You had gold import duties, which was earlier at 6%, taken up to 15%. You have silver import duties, which was earlier 6%, taken up to 15%, to try and, of course, all of this aimed at shielding our forex reserves. Gold has shot up. Earlier was about 1,49,000, has gone up to 1,58,000 as a result of the import duty increase in the last 24 hours. Silver, which was about 2,44,000 per kilogram, is now about 2,90,000 because of the import duty increase. Now, when you look at the announcement also being made by the Prime Minister's office and what was discussed in the cabinet meeting, by the way, there was a meeting in the cabinet of the cabinet held today, and a few announcements were made. We have those graphics of what was discussed, or at least the messaging that came out of the cabinet meeting. If you can play out those graphics, what was said is there is no rollback on welfare schemes, there is no rollback on subsidies, there is no rollback on infrastructure spending, There is an appeal for fuel conservation and work from home adoption. And the focus is on smarter consumption patterns, reducing fuel dependence, focus on cutting unnecessary imports, foreign currency intensive spending, focus is on strengthening economic resilience without slowing growth, focus is to strengthen economy without slowing public investment. And these are not austerity measures, is what the government says, but it all boils down to the supply chain disruption and the fact that you can't have too many vehicles on the road. That's what the government sources are saying, that there is no rollback in any of these schemes, but we have a tough situation, we have to conserve fuel. It's as simple as that. So, Mr. Subramaniam, in short, if we had, let's say, electric vehicles on the roads, we wouldn't have this trouble, isn't it?
No, I won't say that is the solution, because for the electricity also, a lot of state governments are having a problem. If you take all the state governments' electricity companies, they are bleeding now. Okay, I can take example from Tamil Nadu. So we are our procurement cost, on average procurement cost per unit of electricity is about 9 rupees, whereas the realization, so sales realization from the consumers, it's about 6.5 rupees. So we are anywhere between 2.5 to 3 rupees. The state government is incurring loss. I am sure most of the state governments will be incurring losses because it's more subsidized. Okay, I won't say that EV is the major option, but EV can be one option, like solar. I think people should move towards solar so that the energy what they consume at the domestic level, whatever units, whether it is 500 units or 1,000 units per month, if it can be generated using the solar panels, like using the Prime Minister's solar scheme, definitely that can give a big boost. I think that has been announced a couple of years back. I think we should focus more on that. I'm sure they will not cut on subsidies, they will not cut on basic needs. But only thing is what we'll have to understand is that there is a trio, commodities. 3 commodities will go together in parallel: gold, crude oil, and dollar. I would say dollar, you can treat it as a commodity. Whenever there is a problem, world crisis happens, immediately the gold price will go up, because gold being considered as the safety investment even for the governments, not only for the families. At the time of need, governments also pledge the gold and borrow money to save their economy. So gold price will go up. We pay dollar and get gold. So there's a demand for dollar which increases. Automatically dollar to the local currency prices will go. Similarly, the crude oil. So these 3 are interlinked. The government, which is focusing on three things, like narrowing your current account deficit. Okay, whichever country is having a narrow current account deficit, they will be having a surplus forex balance. Fortunately, we are sitting on let's say about $700 billion reserve. It was about 11 years back. If you see, it's only a $300 billion resource, $300 billion. We have doubled. So, which means the government was very cautious in saving the forex reserves. We know that we have about 11 months import bill can be paid out of our forex reserves. That is the safety measure. But when this government took over in 2014, they had hardly about 20 days, less than 20 days forex reserves, which can meet your import bill. But a lot of measures have been taken. But this situation, whatever we are going to undergo or we are undergoing, it is phenomenal for all the 750 crores people in the world. We are also part of the world. So we have to, since we are having a 145 crore people, 1.45 billion people, we cannot shy away from that. So I think strict measures have to be taken from we say, charity begins from home, which means before you preach, start saving on energy, trying to do the carpool, go in a public transport, reduce the buying of gold for investment purpose. It's like, in the southern India, there is a culture, whenever that marriage happens or any auspicious function happens, we buy gold. See, those things are very on a need basis. I think Prime Minister is not talking about that. If you want to take advantage of time, if you are having a huge money, so if you want to gamble it and make money out of it, because of that you want to buy gold, he said don't buy for those purposes. Gold should be bought only for the need, not as an investment, not as an luxury products. Since you buy gold as a luxury product, automatically it pushes the dollar rate up, because everybody has to pay dollar and buy gold. That is an unfortunate situation. Similarly, for crude oil also, because the petrodollar has been
Breaking news
entered by
coming in.
Saudi Arabia in 1974. Okay.
We have some breaking news coming in, so just stay with me. There's news coming in on the Kerala government. Congress continues to remain indecisive. The Kerala chief ministerial announcement has been delayed by one more day. The Congress High Command met today, that is Kharge and Rahul Gandhi met, but they did not decide once again. They've decided to put that announcement off by one more day, which means for 10 days, Kerala has no chief minister. V.D. Satishan, tipped to be the front runner, K.C. Venugopal. So if the Congress will now have to decide between their family man versus the grassroots man, who is V.D. Satishan. Okay, and that's it on this edition of This is Exclusive. We wanted to get you details of the NEET cheat story, but we are debating it. Arnab is debating it at 9 p.m. with all the exclusive details. We'll get you the conversations and the audio tapes that we've accessed in a short while from now. Thanks for watching.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents, saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that scientists suspect may be able to spread from person to person. For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Different viruses have different abilities to spread. Some, like measles, can spread like wildfire. Others are harder to spread. You have to be in very close contact with someone who's very sick, who has a lot of symptoms. This hantavirus, if it's spreading from person to person, seems to be in that latter. Health officials say the general public does not need to be worried about hantavirus. It's still rare. Officials are saying this is not the next pandemic. This is not the next epidemic. This is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. Well, investigators are still nailing down exactly what's going on. They're still doing genomic sequencing to understand if there's mutations. They're still looking at the cases and when they happened and what exposures they had. There's still a lot of stuff to be ironed out before people.
For now, health experts say there is no reason for panic. But the outbreak has reopened questions scientists thought were already answered. Questions grow as world watches closely.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping, while
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Super Prime Time on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now I'll get you all the top stories of the day in the next 30 minutes. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines. CBI arrests the NEET cheat brothers Mangi Lal and Dinesh Mewal. Sources say the accused brought the NEET paper for Rs 30 lakh. CBI arrested 5 accused in NEET UG 2026 leak case. So far, 3 accused arrested. from Jaipur, one from Gurugram and one from Nashik. Prime Minister Modi walks the talk, cuts down the size of his convoy during domestic visits, urges EV inclusion. Donald Trump lands in Beijing for high-stakes summit with President Xi Jinping, first meet in a decade. All right, here's our top focus at this hour. Now, the NEET UG 2026 paper leak probe is now exposing what investigators believe was a massive multi-state digital leak network operating across the country. Now, the CBI is probing how this so-called guest paper allegedly traveled from Maharashtra to Haryana and then to Rajasthan before spreading to several other states through WhatsApp and Telegram channels. Now, two Rajasthan-based brothers, Dinesh and Mangilal Biwal, are now under the scanner for allegedly purchasing and circulating the leaked paper. Meanwhile, shocking WhatsApp chats accessed by Republic appear to show how students were negotiating different prices and alleged middlemen were promising a genuine NEET papers in exchange for advance payments. Now, key accused Shubham Khairnar remains in custody as agencies track the digital trail and the money transactions, including the encrypted communication networks behind the entire leak operation. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
The NEET UG paper leak probe is now uncovering what agencies suspect was a highly organized digital leak network operating across several states. Investigators say the leaked guest paper traveled from Nashik in Maharashtra to Gurugram in Haryana, then Jaipur and Sikar in Rajasthan before spreading to Kerala, Bihar and Jammu and Kashmir. According to investigators, the paper was allegedly digitized using portable scanners and circulated through encrypted Telegram channels and private WhatsApp groups. The key accused in the case, Shubham Khairnar from Nashik, is believed to have played a central role in circulating the paper as a high-accuracy guest paper before the exam. The CBI has now taken Shubham Khairnar into custody and is examining his phones, chats, laptops and financial transactions. Investigators claim the leak then reached Rajasthan through intermediaries where brothers Dinesh and Mangilal Biwal allegedly bought the paper for lakhs of rupees before distributing it further. Sikar in Rajasthan is now emerging as a major hotspot in the leak chain, with hostel operators, counselors and coaching-linked networks under the scanner. Agencies believe WhatsApp groups with hundreds of members were used to rapidly spread the leaked questions nearly 45 hours before the examination. Republic has now accessed shocking chats allegedly exchanged between buyers and sellers of the leaked NEET paper, where students desperately asked for proof while sellers promised 100% genuine papers. In one chat, a seller claimed the paper came directly from the NTA office while demanding advance payments before the exam. In another conversation, students were seen bargaining over prices, saying they had sold jewelry or borrowed money just to access the leaked paper. Investigators are now probing whether fake sellers and scam networks also exploited students amid the panic around the leak.
It is very unfortunate, if you see, this has raised a very serious concern issues, regarding the credibility, transparency and integrity of the national testing agency, such a huge examination which unfortunately the paper got leaked. And
The CBI is now expanding its probe into the entire digital trail, including Telegram channels, shadow servers, UPI transactions, and encrypted communication networks. Meanwhile, Ahalyanagar police have also detained Dhananjay Lokhande, a close associate of Shubham Khairnar, during a joint operation with Pune police. With arrests mounting and digital evidence surfacing every day, the NEET UG leak case is now being seen as one of the biggest exam scandals in recent years, raising serious questions over the credibility of India's competitive examination system.
And now, viewers, a political storm has erupted over the NEET paper leak controversy after Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal directly appealed to Gen Z and students across the country to come out on the streets and protest peacefully against the repeated examination leaks. Now, he's invoked the student-led movements that took place in Nepal and Bangladesh. In fact, Kejriwal went ahead and accused the government of the day of failing to stop the recurring paper leaks and said students must now demand accountability through democratic protests. Here's the report. Take a look.
छात्रों को इंसाफ दो, इंसाफ दो, इंसाफ दो।
AAP chief Arvind Kejriwal has intensified the attack on the centre over the NEET paper leak controversy, calling India's Gen Z and students to launch protests demanding accountability. Addressing students, Kejriwal said repeated exam paper leaks have destroyed the future of lakhs of aspirants and accused the government of failing to act decisively. Kejriwal also referred to youth-led protests in Nepal and Bangladesh, saying students in India too have the power to force accountability from those responsible for repeated paper leaks.
तो मेरा जेनजी से सीधा सीधा देश के युवाओं से सीधा सीधा पूछना है कि ऐसे ही चलेगा या कुछ करना है। ऐसे ही हर साल आप देखो 2017 में पेपर लीक हुए, उसके 4 साल बाद 2021 में हुए, उसके 3 साल बाद 2024 में हुए, उसके 2 साल बाद 2026 में हुए, अब उसके 1 साल बाद 2027 में होंगे और हर साल पेपर लीक होंगे अगर आपने कुछ नहीं किया तो। अगर नेपाल का और बांग्लादेश का जेनजी सड़कों पे उतर के अपने देश की सरकारों को बदल सकता है तो हमारे देश का जेनजी पेपर लीक करने वाले मंत्रियों को जेल नहीं भेज सकता। मुझे अपने देश के जेनजी पे पूरा भरोसा है। ये देश आपका है। इस देश के नेताओं को इस देश में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है।
The AAP has alleged that examination leaks have become a recurring crisis, pointing to multiple controversies involving recruitment and entrance examinations over the past several years. Senior AAP leader Manish Sisodia also attacked the government yesterday, accusing it of failing to protect the integrity of competitive examinations and safeguard students' futures.
प्रधानमंत्री जी को यह भी कहना चाहता हूं कि ये जो बच्चे हैं ना 22 लाख, ये देश की नौजवान पीढ़ी है, ये देश का जेनजी है। आपने नेपाल में हाल देखा ना जेनजी ने क्या किया है। याद रखिएगा कि अगर ये जेनजी अपनी पे आ गई ना, अगर आपके लोग चंद पैसों के लालच में इसी तरह से पेपर की दलाली करते रहे तो ये जेनजी नेपाल बना के सत्ता के लोगों को खदेड़ती है, फिर सत्ता में बैठे लोगों को। ध्यान रखिएगा प्रधानमंत्री जी।
The NEET controversy has remained a major political flashpoint after allegations of question paper leaks, irregularities and unfair practices triggered nationwide outrage among students and parents. The issue had earlier sparked protests across several states, with opposition parties demanding stricter action against those involved and reforms in the examination system to restore public confidence.
And now, viewers, with crude oil prices surging due to the ongoing West Asia conflict and global economic pressures, the centre has now initiated steps to reduce fuel consumption across government operations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is leading by example, directing a nearly 50% cut in the size of his convoy, which has now been brought down to just 2 cars as seen in the capital today, while also pushing for greater use of existing electric vehicles in his fleet. Now, several state chief ministers and top ministers have also followed suit with similar fuel conservation measures. Take a look at this report. With the global economic crisis and crude oil prices climbing sharply due to the ongoing West Asia conflict, the centre has now begun implementing measures aimed at reducing fuel consumption across government machinery. Prime Minister is walking the talk and leading from the front. He's directed the SPG to reduce the number of vehicles in his convoy by nearly 50%. It has now come down to just 2 cars, which was seen in the capital city today. The Prime Minister has also encouraged greater use of electric vehicles already available within the fleet, while avoiding additional expenditure on new purchases. Several union ministers and chief ministers are now following suit after Prime Minister's war appeals. In Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath directed a 50% reduction in official vehicle fleets and urged public representatives to use public transport 1 day every week. In Gujarat, Governor Acharya Devrat announced he will be avoiding helicopters and flights for official travel within the state and instead use public transport, and size of his official convoy will be reduced. In Maharashtra, ministers will now need prior approval from Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis' office before using government aircraft for travel. The backdrop to these measures is the escalating crisis in West Asia, where disruptions around the Strait of Hormuz continue to raise fears over global oil supply chains. With crude prices staying elevated and fears of prolonged instability growing, the centre says fuel conservation is essential now to reduce economic pressure and ensure energy security.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो अपील की है पेट्रोल डीजल को कम करो, तो उसका अमल तो मैंने शुरू कर दिया। आज मैं खुद ही इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में से आया हूँ। मेरे कॉन्वॉय में से जितनी भी गाड़ियाँ जो सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से जो जरूरी है उतनी रखकर जितना कम कर सकते हैं उतना करना चाहिए। और प्रधानमंत्री जी की अपील जो है, उन्होंने जो आह्वान किया उसको देश के हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए उसको अमल में लाना चाहिए। देश हित सर्वतोपरि, राष्ट्र हित सर्वतोपरि, और इस ऐसे जो संकल्पना प्रधानमंत्री जी के, उनको सभी ने सहयोग करना चाहिए।
Several political leaders have backed the Prime Minister's call, saying fuel conservation has now become a national responsibility amid global uncertainty and rising energy costs. With the West Asia conflict continuing to disrupt global oil markets, the government's push is now being seen as an attempt to reduce fuel consumption during a volatile period. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in our Super Prime Time. Thanks so much for watching. We'll meet you tomorrow at the same time with some fresh stories.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला। delicious, healthy every day.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
प्यास बुझाई, ठंडक लाई, सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle,
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
प्यास बुझाई, ठंडक लाई, सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This week we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that scientists suspect may be able to spread from person to person. For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Different viruses have different abilities to spread. Some, like measles, can spread like wildfire. Others are harder to spread. You have to be in very close contact with someone who's very sick, who has a lot of symptoms. This hantavirus, if it's spreading from person to person, seems to be in that latter. Health officials say the general public does not need to be worried about hantavirus. It's still rare. Officials are saying this is not the next pandemic. This is not the next epidemic. This is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. Well, investigators are still nailing down exactly.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
प्यास बुझाई ठंडक लाई सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran completely, the impact on India could be disastrous. If Beijing stops buying from Iran to please the United States, it will immediately move.
Mystery behind Pratik Yadav's death.
हो सकता है कि उनको जहर दिया गया हो और उनके शरीर पर चोट के बहुत निशान थे, इसलिए हम लोग ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि उनके मौत के कारणों की जांच कराई जाए।
What killed Mulayam Singh's son? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users.
Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
PM Modi cuts down size of his convoy. Chief ministers take a cue, but opposition won't budge. Why block Prime Minister's appeal to save fuel? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Republic exposes the NEET cheat circle. Republic infiltrates NEET cheat groups. Exposed why the leak was organized. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
Mystery behind Pratik Yadav's death.
हो सकता है कि उनको जहर दिया गया हो और उनके शरीर पर चोट के बहुत निशान थे, इसलिए हम लोग ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि उनके मौत के कारणों की जांच कराई जाए।
What killed Mulayam Singh's son? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
PM Modi cuts down size of his convoy. Chief ministers take a cue, but opposition won't budge. Why block Prime Minister's appeal to save fuel? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, the mystery death of the 38-year-old Pratik Yadav, younger brother of Akhilesh Yadav and the younger son of late Mulayam Singh Yadav. At 8:20 tonight, why block the Prime Minister's appeal when he himself has only 2 cars in his retinue? At 9 o'clock tonight, a super big debate as some people are asking for anarchy following the NEET cheating case. I'll tell you why. While I oppose the government, I oppose those who want anarchy on the streets of India even more. And ladies and gentlemen, I lead tonight with the mysterious death, the very mysterious death of young Pratik Yadav, just 38 years old. Pratik, younger son of the late Mulayam Singh Yadav, younger brother to Samajwadi Party chief and former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and one of the leading politicians of the country, Akhilesh Yadav. Now, this is a very mysterious death. He has no prior disease he's suffering from. We're told that the cause of his death early this morning when he was found dead in the kitchen of his house in Lucknow is a massive pulmonary thromboembolism, which means that there is a sudden failure of his heart and respiratory system because of large-scale formation of blood clots within the blood vessels of his lungs. But ladies and gentlemen, during the autopsy, it has been found that he has had a large injury in the front of his chest, an injury in the back of his right arm, situated below the armpit, a large injury on the right arm extending from the elbow to the wrist, an injury on the right forearm, an injury on the back of the right elbow, and an injury on the left wrist. Now, these are all very serious injuries. And these injuries were just before he died. What was the reason for these injuries? Why were there 6 injuries on Pratik Yadav on his body? Why did a Samajwadi Party leader, Ravidas Mehrotra, say that his death, according to the Samajwadi Party leader, is very suspicious? Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the time to conclude on what happened. But this is sudden. He's a young man from a very prominent political family of the country. Samajwadi Party leaders say there's something fishy about it. He had a strained relationship with his wife, Aparna Yadav, who had joined the BJP. And there was a political rift within the family. And ladies and gentlemen, in January, he wanted a divorce from his wife. He called her a selfish woman. All of this is not linked to what has happened, of course. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is an unexplained matter. And without speculation, we'll have a short debate on this after a quick report.
At 5 a.m. this morning, doctors rushed to the residence of Pratik Yadav, the youngest son of Mulayam Singh Yadav. At around 5:55, he was declared dead on arrival to the civil hospital. Wife Aparna Yadav was not in Lucknow at the time of the death.
अपर्णा यादव के बारे में भी कहा जा रहा है कि वो असम गई हैं, असम के दौरे पर थी और वहां से लखनऊ के लिए रवाना हुई हैं और यहां पर फिलहाल अगर हम बात करें तो प्रतीक यादव, अपर्णा यादव और उनके कुछ सहयोगी जो हैं, हाउस हेल्प के जो लोग हैं, वो यहां पर रहा करते थे। और
The death of SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav's stepbrother came as a shocker.
मैंने प्रतीक को बचपन से देखा है। आज हमारे बीच नहीं है, बहुत दुख है और एक अच्छा नौजवान इसलिए था कि बचपन से ही उसे स्वास्थ्य के प्रति, अपने हेल्थ के प्रति और वो कुछ जीवन में आगे बढ़कर के काम करना चाहता था। एक बहुत अच्छा लड़का जो अपने मेहनत से कुछ करना चाहता था। बहुत दुखद है वो आज हमारे बीच नहीं है।
The autopsy report is now out. It hints at blood clots in Pratik's arteries, leading to the sudden cardiac arrest. Sources now reveal Pratik was hospitalized several times in the past 1 year for serious health complications.
प्रतीक यादव को क्या कोई परेशानी थी? कुछ सूत्रों के मुताबिक वो डिप्रेशन में थे, जो कि पारिवारिक तौर पर भी कई परेशानियां हाल के दिनों में हमने देखने को मिला। अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव के बीच रिश्ते को लेकर तल्खियां सामने आई थी। यहां तक कि जनवरी 2026 में एक इंस्टाग्राम पोस्ट पर प्रतीक यादव तलाक तक की घोषणा करते हैं। हालांकि बाद में कहा गया उनके परिवार वालों की तरफ से कि ये हाईजैक कर लिया गया था अकाउंट। दोनों के बीच रिश्ते को लेकर और कारोबार में नुकसान को लेकर क्या ये एक बड़ी वजह ये रही? ये ज़रूर खबरें बता रही है कि डिप्रेशन में, और जब शव देखा गया तो उसमें पैर पर हल्के से चोट के निशान थे, ये बताया जा रहा है।
But the Samajwadi Party is raising questions.
जब जानकारी मैंने करी तो ये हुआ कि संदिग्ध परिस्थितियों में उनकी मौत हुई है और हो सकता है कि उनको जहर दिया गया हो और उनके शरीर पर चोट के बहुत निशान थे। इसलिए हम लोग ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि उनकी मौत के कारणों की जांच कराई जाए। यहाँ पर 9 बजे लगभग पोस्टमार्टम हो गया था। उसके बाद कई घंटे बॉडी यहाँ पर रखी रही। बार बार पूछा गया कि बॉडी क्यों रखी गई है, तो कहा गया कि उनकी पत्नी आने वाली हैं। उनकी पत्नी यहाँ पर नहीं आई।
The 38-year-old largely stayed away from politics, focusing on business and fitness ventures. Occasionally, he made headlines for divorce rumors with wife Aparna Yadav. His last rites will now take place tomorrow at around 12:30 p.m. at Pipra Ghat in Lucknow.
Very, very mysterious death. First of all, I'd like to begin by saying that we all, on behalf of everyone at the Republic Media Network, our condolences to the family members and Akhilesh Yadav, elder brother of Pratik Yadav, and all members of the Yadav family. अब इसके बाद सवाल ये होगा, कुशलकांत मिश्रा जी, spokesperson of the BJP, नमस्कार, good evening. Ratnakar Tripathi of the Congress, good evening. I don't want to make a political controversy out of this, मगर फैज़ान किदवई जी, आपके नेता कह रहे हैं, your leaders are saying, Ravi Das Mehrotra and all are saying that this is a mysterious death. That this is a mysterious death. Right. Then they are saying that there is something more to it. Why are they saying that?
First of all, Mr. Goswami, I express my deepest condolences on this untimely demise of Mr. Pratik Yadav, and my condolences, heartfelt condolences to my national president and the entire family, well-wishers and friends of Mr. Pratik Yadav. See, I won't preempt the forensic report, but there's enough evidence to suggest that something or the other has happened which is unnatural. And because there are injury marks on Mr. Pratik Yadav's mortal remains, which Ravidas Mehrotra ji has seen, there are some marks which suggest that he might have been poisoned. His viscera has been kept with the concerned authorities. I'm sure there'll be a further detailed investigation, because although I don't want to jump the gun, I don't want to reach a conclusion, I don't want to point fingers at anybody right now, but we demand a thorough and unbiased investigation, and the reality should come out, because this is a young life that has been lost, and a man who was doing his best to support his family, and he was very, very happy, very fine in his personal life. But there are certain incidents which were very unfortunate, like and he had even posted about that on social media. But still, as I said, I don't want to jump the gun. I don't want to reach any conclusion. Right now, we are waiting for a detailed report from the investigating agencies and a forensic report before I could say anything further.
Samajwadi Party leaders are now saying, Ratnakar Tripathi, that this is a suspicious matter. And nobody wants to come to any conclusions on anything. But, there is, he's only 38 years old and he suddenly dies. And he has injury marks on his body. Not one, not two, about 7 injury marks on his body. Serious injuries. Mr. Tripathi, your thoughts, please.
Good evening, Dr. Goswami. My heartfelt condolence to the family and the near and dear ones. Right, you are very right. Actually, when I heard the news on the TV, I got it that the body is going to be postmortem. And I know very well that anybody who is brought dead in the hospital is not postmortem unless until there is something suspicious about it.
Yeah.
Right? So they got it postmortem. And you have the report with you of the postmortem report, I mean the injuries and all, and the viscera is there. And when the viscera will be, checked from with the lab, it will prove whether he was poisoned or not, or what has happened. And when he was postmortem, it is very essential to get the death investigated. Because he was postmortem, he had injuries, and he's only 30. Well, he was of the build that he could have handled 4 or 5 people if there is a fight or something. But you are stating from the, postmortem report that there are 6 or 8 injuries, that are very deep injuries. So there is something suspicious. So I don't think there is any doubt that this death won't be investigated further. That is all I want to say. There is no political controversy about it. But he was only 38 years old, a very young chap and very well built and very well behaved. And as far as the January post was concerned, he posted in January, but he went with the family, with Aparna Yadavji and the daughter, to Iceland in March 2026. So what I believe is the matter was settled. The matter was settled. It's for 2 months after that post of whatever the post.
Now, how do you view it? How does the BJP view this case? There was a marital discord, and he had said, I want to be divorced from Aparna Yadav, who being the Bahu in the family of Mulayam Singh Yadav, joined the BJP. This caused some tension within the family. It is a well-known fact. क्या इसका कोई असर था, कोई और पता चला है आपको? आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं? How do you see this, Dr. Mishra?
Arnab, our condolences to the family, our condolences to the Akhilesh Yadav ji and everybody who is related to Mr. Pratik. But it's very unfortunate that young man is dying from the family. There is nothing related to, I don't want to say any comment on the behalf of politics. BJP is nothing to do with, as a party, it is a loss because Aparna Yadav is our family member now. So it is a loss to a party, but law will take its own course. Investigation will be done. Whatever the legal requirement and needed, it should be done. And our Chief Minister Yogi ji, Adityanath ji visited the family also. So there is nothing like any politics. It is a personal family matter. If there is any dispute among them, it is a family matter. It is nothing related with politics. So party is not on any comment on this issue. The matter should be investigated properly, and after the postmortem report, whatever the findings will be there, according to that, the police and law will take its own course. I don't see any reason to say any political comment or even a political remark on this. It is a loss. It is a loss of family. It is a loss of our loss. It is loss of Mr. Akhilesh Yadav also. So we all are family. It is personal loss. No politics on this.
So Faizan, I agree with that. Even if there is some discord in the past and all that, that has nothing to do with the BJP. That is nothing to do with the BJP.
Mr. Goswami, see, we cannot rule out anything as of now. That's what I just said. I don't.
What do you mean by cannot rule out anything?
I don't want to point fingers at anyone as of now. This will be very, very wrong on my part also. But there's something fishy, as the gentleman rightly pointed out, that even when Mr. Yadav's, Pratik Yadav's mortal remains were brought to the hospital and a post-mortem was done, it is usually not done under ordinary circumstances. So something fishy has happened. There's something which we want to know, and we urge the ruling party and the agencies that there should be an unbiased and a proper investigation should be done, and the reality should come
Again, you are saying something fishy.
There is something fishy because there are bruise marks on his body, 6-7 marks, as you just said, Mr. Goswami, and Mr. Ravidas Mehrotra, who saw his mortal remains. If he says that, according to him, if there were some marks which he felt that these marks are because an individual was poisoned. So these things do raise serious concerns. And he, as our friend from Congress very rightly pointed out, that Mr. Pratik Yadav, late Mr. Pratik Yadav, was a well-built man. So I'm sure if there is something which needs to be investigated, it should be done. Because I mean, it's not only because he's from Akhilesh ji's brother, but because he was an individual and he deserves justice. If something wrong has happened, justice should prevail and a thorough investigation should be done and the reality should be brought out.
I want to give Dr. Kaushal Mishra an opportunity to respond to this. Because you are saying twice, a third time, a fourth time, something fishy, something fishy, something fishy. Are you saying that without any evidence and any proof?
There's enough evidence,
No.
Mr. Goswami.
I then put the...
Arnab.
Yes, Dr. Mishra.
Arnab, being doctor, I know how to handle the broad dead patient. If any broad dead patient come to the casualty, I was there in AIMS, so I know what is the formality. If it is a clean case, postmortem doesn't happen. If there is certain doubt created by the family member, this is the first reason why we send the body for the postmortem. Or if the casualty doctor feels there is poisoning, there is suspicious injury, then only these are the two reasons. Either family wants or doctor feels there is suspicion that yes, there is a doubt, that is why postmortem has been ordered. And as a BJP spokesperson, I don't want to say anything on this. As a doctor, I am telling what is the procedure. And yes, investigation should be done and law should take its own course. BJP is not saying officially on anything on this particular matter, what is happening, because it is part of investigation.
I think at this stage we should close this. We will follow it. I don't want to speculate. It's a very sad day for the family. And let's leave it at that. We'll track this. I thank you, Dr. Mishra, Ratnakar, Tripathi and Faizan for this brief conversation. And moving on to my first big debate. After the Prime Minister's austerity call, he decided to lead by example. And the most trending video today is one where there are only 2 cars in the Prime Minister's convoy. That visual was shown today. But despite this, not everybody is following the Prime Minister's example. We'll tell you who isn't when we debate.
"24 hours after his appeal, the Prime Minister cut down the size of his official convoy, pushing for fuel conservation. A message of discipline and economic caution. The move following up from his 7-point charter, which was taken seriously by the rest of his colleagues in the cabinet."
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पब्लिक मंच से भी बोला है और हम सबको भी गाइड करते हैं हमेशा कि यथासंभव कम से कम खर्चे रखो, जिससे कि आज के युग में जो हमारा रिक्वायरमेंट है उस हिसाब से हम अपने जीवन शैली में परिवर्तन लाए, और ये मेरा निवेदन सभी से है.
The government maintains this is not about slowing down the economy. Sources say there will be no rollback in welfare schemes, no cuts in subsidies, and no reduction in infrastructure spending, adding that it wouldn't necessarily amount to austerity, but the costs are building up. Gold and silver import duties have also been hiked from 6% to 15% in a bid to curb imports and protect foreign exchange reserves. As a result of increased cattle feed costs, packaging and fuel, Amul has increased milk prices by ₹2 per litre nationwide from May 14. These are indicators that India needs to brace for tough times ahead.
And a lot of people are following what the Prime Minister has said. In fact, I was quite surprised, Sohail, when I saw that there were only 2 cars in the Prime Minister's convoy. I would have expected at least 4 or 5. There were about 4 cars I saw in Home Minister Amit Shah's convoy, which is also less, cut down by half. But the Prime Minister's convoy had only 2 cars. Tuin, is this a temporary measure? Or is this going to be the case? Because we are also concerned about security.
Well, I think it's totally unwarranted to my mind. He is valuable to the country. He's India's head of state in a manner of speaking. He's the Prime Minister. But you have to give credit, Arnab. He puts his money where his mouth is. A. B. He has led by example, as has Amit Shah. My advice would be to the Prime Minister that sometimes demonstrable examples are not enough in our country. What we now need to do is create some level of mandate. And I'm sure the states, whether they are opposition ruled or BJP ruled, will understand that if the Prime Minister of this country can throw caution to the winds, which he shouldn't, to my mind.
Which he shouldn't, in my view, yes.
But this shows fortitude, it shows demonstrable leadership, and it shows the fact that, look, I'm willing to do what it takes. When will you?
I get that point. I get that point, Suhail.
In 1961,
Yes.
John F. Kennedy said, ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. Today, the Prime Minister has shown that I'm willing to take a knock, even when he's such a high security, individual. When will the country do it? I think
the Prime Minister has been trying to send a message.
Absolutely.
First of all, I agree with Suhail on this. See, the Prime Minister requires multiple levels of security. If the Prime Minister has also asked the Special Protection Group, SPG, to explore reducing the number of vehicles, right? It's all right if you want to use electric vehicles, but if you are going to compromise on your security, then I would say, Mr. Prime Minister, we respect what you're doing, but we would request you to reconsider this. This two-car convoy was actually quite concerning from my perspective, from Suhail's perspective. Now, look at Faizan, uneasy. Look at him.
Not at all.
Uneasy.
Just give me time and I'll make
uneasy.
everyone who supports Bharatiya Janata Party very uneasy.
No. 1 minute.
With facts and data.
1 minute. This is a Prime Minister who leads from the front. And though I must say, Piyush, look at his convoy on May 9th and look at his convoy today. I feel the Prime Minister's taken it very drastically. But Piyush, let me show you what your great Chief Minister of Punjab has done. He has broken the world record today, Suhail. He has not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9. No, that is Bhagwant Man's endless convoy, 9 and 10, 11, 12, 13. Bhagwant Man's convoy, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's Bhagwant Man's convoy, 20, 21, 22, 23, interceptors 24, camera crew 25, ambulance 26, 27, and 28. Piyush, Bhagwant Man has increased. Tuhin, Prime Minister's convoy is 2 cars. Bhagwant Man Tuhin has 28 cars in his convoy.
Well, Arnab,
it's on record. Visuals.
Let me
1 minute.
Allow me to comment, please. Arnab, first of all, Prime Minister Modi believes in the concept of Jan Bhagidari, public participation. But obviously, given the state of opposition we have today in our country, this is an opposition which nobody listens to. So even if you've been following the news today, I'm sure you followed that Arvind Kejriwal has asked students to resort to Nepal-style protest. I don't know, he becomes the second opposition leader after Rahul Gandhi to ask the students for Nepal and Bangladesh-style protests against the government. So imagine the notoriety of these people at a time when India, not only India, the world is staring at a global energy crisis. Arvind Kejriwal wants a Nepal and Bangladesh style protest by Gen Z, and the other person who called for it, you know what the kind of beating he suffered in Bihar. So that's the difference in culture, that's the difference in mindset, that's the difference in character between Prime Minister Modi and the opposition leaders. Now, point number 2, they are all aware of why this appeal has been made. Crude oil and gold alone account for 25% of our import bill. A significant reduction in that will improve our, current account deficit situation. And by the way, the last time Chidambaram and Virappa Moily asked for it, India's current account deficit was hovering around 4.5%. At this point of time, it is somewhere, 1.5, 1.6%. Now, allow me to respond. To 2.5%. You'll get your time. So what problem does this opposition have? We have seen speaking on behalf of Arnab. We have seen Akhilesh Yadav. You will get enough time. Both, let me, even my Samajwadi friend will get enough time. The last time Prime Minister invoked Jan Bhagidari similarly, was during the COVID vaccination. And you remember what Akhilesh Yadav was doing? He was mocking the vaccine as BJP vaccine. And of course, people punished them in 2022 elections. So why does this opposition never learn to be responsible? If you don't learn to be responsible, people will, keep teaching you lessons. It's up to you.
Now,
really.
Piyush, can you explain to me, first of all, why Bhagwant Mann increased the size of his convoy? I want to know why Bhagwant Mann needs 28 cars to travel with him. 28 cars, and I have counted it. You saw me put the number, you see that visual there. What a shame. Yes. Please answer that question, Piyush.
So just allow me to complete. I did not know that this debate was not about austerity or spending wisely.
Who says it's not? We have only, it is.
Of course it is about.
It is, of course it is. It is about austerity. It is about messaging.
Okay, so if it is about messaging, then just let me know, because, I was a little bit confused, Arnab, because...
It's not my problem if you are confused.
No. It is your problem, because basically what Tuhin was doing was your job. Because Tuhin was speaking on your behalf, letting me know that I will get enough time. So,
stop playing victim. Stop playing victim, please.
Yeah, why don't you...
Why don't you argue here? Why don't you argue?
Pardon us, Arnab, if we can see through the facade and the misleading examples. Tuhin, hold on now. Yeah, you had your turn, I kept silent. Now
don't blame me. I pointed out what Arvind Kejriwal said today.
Sir, agreed. Now it would have done the nation some favor if you would have mentioned the pretense on which he spoke. From 2017 till 2026, you had 4 different NEET exams failure. And then to prevent that kind of paper leak, you established NTA. And what is NTA doing? God knows how many ministers have resigned. But that's question for another day. That's a debate, very, very detailed debate for another day. Let's talk about austerity today. Now, let me explain why Prime Minister has misled this country. Because this country supported you. We all stood in queue during demonetization. What did the Prime Minister do? He misled the country. How? He said that पूरा टेररिज्म खत्म हो जाएगा और पूरे काला धन जिन के तिजोरियों में जिन के फर्शियों के अंदर जिन की दीवारों के अंदर गादियों के अंदर है वो बाहर आ जाएगा 99.5% maybe more was returned back to the RBI. This country supported you during the faulty implementation.
You're reading out a prepared statement. You're reading out a prepared statement. PK is reading out a prepared statement.
This is my script.
No, but you are not even listening to the question.
Am I not prepared?
No, I ask you, do you use UPI? Do you use UPI? 1 minute, I'm talking. Do you use UPI? I've started using UPI. Do you use UPI?
Let me know when you are
done. Do you use UPI?
I was assured by the pseudo
UPI?
I was assured by the pseudo
Do you use UPI?
Given enough time.
You don't want to admit that you use UPI. You will become a smaller man by mentioning that I use UPI?
You have time to discuss the topic of this debate.
I'm saying to you today...
I have not started.
Do you use credit cards?
No, I'm saying to you... Yes, I use credit.
Do you use credit cards?
Yes, I do.
You use credit cards?
Yes.
Similarly, I use UPI.
Good. I use both UPI and credit cards, which proves QED... 1 minute. Wait. Quod erat demonstrandum. It proves that you and I have benefited from demonetization, and we are part of a cashless economy. Say thank you to the Prime Minister.
So you say thank you to Chidambaram and Manmohan Singh and Narsi Rao and so on and so forth?
No, I won't.
Because you are using bank accounts?
No, he didn't want me to have ice cream. Chidambaram didn't want me to have ice cream. PK Basu, you see the song.
Are we talking about austerity or are we talking about...
First of all, no, I want to say one thing. Just one minute. Can I ask you, what is your favorite food item? Piyush.
Dal bati.
Huh?
I come from Malwa, so dal bati.
Dal bati churma. Now listen to me. Is the Prime Minister telling you not to have dal bati? Is the Prime Minister telling you to do austerity and not eat your favorite food? You don't understand simple economics? Sohail is getting angrier. Suhail has turned crimson
Suhail
red.
can get angry all he wants.
He's turned crimson red.
Economics.
I'll tell you why Piyush is an honorable man. When the ED came to the OSD of Mr. Man's house, the OSD threw the cash. So even the OSD believes in digitization. I'm supporting Piyush.
Sir,
all the
sir,
cash that
can I
was
ask
found
you-
was distasteful in Mr. Man's OSD's mind. Correct, Piyush? I'm
Sir,
supporting you,
can I
my
get-
friend. At least smile.
Sir, I
You look so
understand.
good when you
Can you
smile.
answer a few questions, sir? Because you understand economics better than me.
I'll put PK now. So let PK come with PK on the screen. PK.
Suhail can. So I'm just telling you, just asking a basic question. The Prime Minister asked that we should travel by public transport. Okay, I accept this. Where is my last mile connectivity? Where is my public transport in Indore? इंदौर में तो जो इंदौर मेट्रो कॉर्पोरेशन है वो इवेंट डेस्टिनेशन बना हुआ है, क्योंकि जो 5,000 करोड़ का मेट्रो चला रखा है उसके अंदर वो उनका खर्चा नहीं निकल रहा है, तो बोल रहे केक काटिए 8,000 रुपए घंटे में। ये हाल है आप पूरे दिल्ली इज नॉट इंडिया ना, इंडिया इज डिफरेंट। इंडिया इज कंपोज्ड ऑफ 7 लाख 7 लाख देहातों से मिलकर ये देश बना हुआ है। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी मेरे ख्याल से मुझसे अच्छा इस देश की ज्योग्राफी समझते हैं। नाउ व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग पाकिस्तान, व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट इंडिया एंड पाकिस्तान एंड ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एंड ऑल दैट, माय प्राइम
अरे
मिनिस्टर
क्या है या what argument?
Okay, now what is he going on about?
What is he talking
now,
about?
Now the point is,
No, point is he's just proved.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Piyush, just 1 minute. Since you are anyway about to go rioting on the streets, as per the instructions of your supreme leader, listen, because he's told you, listen to PK. The only point here is, there are two kinds of people in India today. There are two kinds of people in India today. Some who want to help the country and support the country, some who won't help the country and want to stand against the country.
No, there are two kinds of people in India.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Look, 1 minute, Piyush. You've spoken enough. There are two kinds of people in India today. One who have solutions and one who have a problem for every solution.
Correct. Now PK is on the debate. PK.
yes. So, we are an oil importing country. We continue to need to import massive amounts of oil. And therefore, at a time when oil prices are well above $100 a barrel for more than a couple of months already, we need to take measures to preserve our oil and to move away from oil consumption to things like EVs and so on.
Exactly, I agree, sir.
To use public transportation, to work from home more. These are simple exhortations. This is what a responsible leader does at a time of global trouble for the economy. A responsible leader takes these sorts of actions, and more than actions, at the moment, they are mere exhortations. So
why are
to
we
talk
not buying
about
Russian oil?
no, to talk
We
about
supported you
demonetization,
when
etc. is
the
meaningless
country-
because
when the
at that
country
time
decided-
I didn't
when the
interfere
country
when you were
decided to
speaking.
buy
Can I
Russian
finish?
oil, we supported. Why are we not buying it? Why are
I
we
think
not
that
buying
I
oil
think that
from Russia?
can I get a minute in? Can I get a minute in? Can I get a minute? Can I get a minute in? Can I get a minute in?
Who's a senior individual?
See,
PK Basu is like your uncle. Why are you interrupting him?
Not
You're a good
exactly,
man.
but
You're
if
not
you
like
insist,
the other
yes.
Aam Aadmi Party people. थोड़ा हंस लो यार, प्यार से लोगों को बोलने दो ना।
Sir, simple question पूछा। Suhail, I asked the simple question. Why are we now not buying Russian oil? Because we supported the Prime Minister when he was buying Russian oil. We said it's our own business.
Piyush, may I say something on my own?
Who says we are?
Open up the lines here.
To take the
Okay, now Piyush, you are behaving like Sanju Verma now. Now listen to me. You are behaving like Sanju Verma. Yeah. Now I had to admonish her day before yesterday quite sharply because don't behave like Sanju Verma. Sanju is not on the program tonight. Now the question is, I'm asking a point here. Now, can I just explain 2 minutes to you? Faizan, don't look at those notes that you're memorizing. Baba, look at me.
No, of
yeah,
course,
thank
of course
you.
I will.
Okay, now
Notes
listen
are
to
important.
me.
I'm not from Bharatiya Janata
Now
Party.
listen to me. Now
I
listen
don't
to me.
give fake information.
Okay.
Notes are important.
Okay. See,
One should always work
looking.
hard.
See, the Prime Minister, Faizan, is sending a message. Okay? Is sending a message.
To whom?
Now listen, if you don't get it, it's not my problem. Let me complete. You are not my conjunctive, my comma, or my semicolon. So just wait till the end of the sentence. I'm saying the Prime Minister is saying that why am I reducing it to 2 cars? So that He's saying to people, spend less on fuel. Save petrol, save diesel. Why is he saying? Because we spend about 140 odd billion, am I right, PK, every year on crude oil, which we import. So he's saying, listen, your every drop counts. Let's save fuel. Prime Minister is saying, reduce spending on gold, because we spend $72 billion on gold. The Prime Minister is saying, if you can, avoid imported fertilizers, use manure, local manure. Why is he saying that? Because $14 billion of fertilizers are imported. Prime Minister is not gaining anything personally. He's saying he actually is a Prime Minister who understands fundamental economics better than people who had PhDs from the University of Oxford. I'll tell you frankly. I'll tell you frankly, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh may have had a PhD or a DPhil from Nuffield College in the University of Oxford. But I think Prime Minister Manmohan Singh understands applied economics much better. And he was using social messaging. He is using his popularity. Right, Tuhin and Faizan. He's using his popularity to say, it's not austerity measure. He's only telling you avoid imported products. Economy is not in free fall. He's saying dollar bachao. He's saying dollar bachao, dollar spend mat karo. He's saying to rich, he's saying to rich Indians, he's saying to rich Indians कि अभी आइसलैंड में जाके शादी करने की जरूरत नहीं है.
जी मैं तो कहता हूँ शादी करने की जरूरत नहीं. आइसलैंड में क्या सारा
आप शादी के खिलाफ है. इट्स अ पर्सनल मूव.
आप सुन लीजिए मोदी जी की बात को और एम्प्लीफाई कर रहा हूँ. कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है. खाना खाने की जरूरत नहीं है.
Exaggeration is bad. Faizan, don't reduce debating to a meme, yaar.
No. Let me know memes, Mr. Goswami. Mr. Modi is the person who gives the maximum number of content for meme creators. So I don't have to worry there. See, Mr. Goswami, let's start from the beginning. You said UPI, you're talking about UPI. I'm sure you know it was created in the UPA rule in April 2009. So Modi Saab cannot take credit for it. You said that we are a cashless economy, Mr. Goswami. Very unfortunate. Let me bring this to your notice. This is a report of RBI in 25-26. Cash circulation has surged by 12% compared to what it was pre-demonetization. And as far as black money is concerned, Mr. Goswami, very unfortunate. RBI data again, it said 99.3% of whatever the black currency was came back into circulation.
No, you will not help the country. You will stand against the country.
Okay, now apart from this, Mr. Goswami, now, just let me complete. I was just exposing Mr. Goswami. So, uske baad, now as we are talking about the call for austerity, Mr. Goswami,
where is the word austerity being used? That you people are using austerity?
No, he's making
No.
to cut down. Mr. Goswami, let me just please,
where I'll tell you one thing. Bhaiya nahi hai. Now listen to me.
Mr. Goswami,
don't say bhaiya, acha bhaiya.
Arey sir, let me complete. Mr. Goswami, you will love what I'm going to tell you. Trust me, you will enjoy this.
Where is the word austerity being used? Where is the word austerity being used? As the Prime Minister said कि 5-star hotel में खाना मत खाओ. Has the Prime Minister told you, has the Prime Minister told you, Faizan, to stop using your Mercedes cars?
No, sir.
The Prime Minister is saying, has the Prime Minister told you to stop using your private planes? The Prime Minister is telling you to stop avoiding foreign goods. Swadeshi.
Yes, I'll tell you. Let me focus.
Austerity word is not being used. Yeah? Not once has the word austerity been used. Not once has it been used. You meme makers. You guys are using the word austerity. You're misquoting the whole damn thing, man.
Okay, now
you should be ashamed of yourself for this misquoting.
Okay. Okay, we all should be ashamed of ourselves.
Not we all, you should.
For bringing India to the brink of disaster through his failed economic and foreign policy.
Yeah, when you paid Salman Khan to dance at Mulayam Singh Yadav's wedding, which economy were you helping?
Mr. Goswami, don't deviate from
Mulayam Singh Yadav's birthday, sorry, I correct myself, birthday.
Mr. Goswami, this is a very sensitive matter, and somebody of your stature, somebody who would hold the government accountable where it should be done, I'm sure you will give me an uninterrupted time, sir. I urge you, sir, this is for the benefit of the citizens. Let me expose my honorable Prime Minister. First of all, when my Prime Minister says that start using natural methods, avoid fertilizers, first of all, what have you done, sir, to educate the farmers about the process of natural farming? Your R&D of for the farming is only
it's a very selfish attitude.
Let me respond to it.
Faizan, you can't make your whole speech. Let the BJP counter you. ये क्या मैं 15 minute का speech के बाद will forget where you started? Let Tuin counter you. Tuin, I allow you to come in, please. Tuin.
You know, today Faizan is batting for the Congress party. He's giving credit to Congress party for UPI. Fact is, I think he's confused between UPA and UPI. You are confused between, it seems, between UPA and UPI, because in 2017, Chidambaram was mocking UPI being given to fruit vendors. He said they are not capable. See, Arnab, you need to realize that while this austerity may be a short-term measure, we also have a long-term measure in place, and therefore allow me to, explain to you the very important policy decision which has been taken by Union Cabinet today, wherein, through coal gasification over the next 4 years, 100 million tons of coal will be gasified, paving the way for a way higher quantity of local LNG, urea and ammonia. All of that will actually aid, will reduce will stop the forex from going out. So, I mean, these people don't understand these things.
Can I just come in for a quick
No, but just 1 minute.
Arnab, just a quick question to Tuhin. Just a quick question.
First of all, Tuhin, can you log in and log out again? Not because I dislike you, because your video froze. Now question here is...
Arnab, just a quick question. Question to you or Tuhin or Suhail, say to anyone. Suhail ji, I respect you a lot. That's why I've taken...
Stop prefacing and being nice. Can you just come straight to the point here? I respect you, I like you, I am fond of you. What is all this? ये Republic है, सीधी बात करो.
मैडम गैग भी लगा दो. सुहेल जी ने बोला एक सॉल्यूशन दीजिए. Chemical fertilizer, the Prime Minister has urged the farmers of this country to reduce the usage of chemical fertilizers. I think we are all understanding the Prime Minister right there. So why is the farmer of this country using chemical fertilizers day in and day out, and why is he using insecticides? Because of the limitations of the crops on which he is being offered MSP. So increase the crops which are coming under MSP. Then that's how you are going to solve this problem of usage of chemical fertilizers. Has the Prime Minister done that? He has not done that. Now just another thing. The Prime Minister has also urged
on the program. Fertilizer is an issue that destroyed India. It began 40 years ago.
The BJPs, I understand.
40 years ago, we destroyed the and you are talking about fertilizers? You see what Man and his people have done to Punjab.
I am on this program,
what they've done to the soil. Yeah, 1 minute, Piyush. Either you see when you finish, I'm responding. I don't interrupt you.
Just one question.
What is wrong with your manners?
No. When you
the only decent Aam Aadmi Party person, you're also behaving like them. You don't have to be. We are all.
No, sir. I am an Aam Aadmi, but I'll give you the time, sir. Thank you.
So my point is, let's focus on the issue at hand. The issue is, does India need to conserve energy? The answer is yes. Has the Prime Minister made the right call? The answer is yes. Should citizens be supportive? The answer is yes.
Of course.
Do you need to play politics even in this? The answer is no. It's simple.
Sir, that's your take.
There is no take.
It's not his take. Piyush, I need to get Sanjeev on this. It's not his take. Only people who do not understand. Piyush, can you please? I'm getting Sanjeev in. My point is, viewers, only people who do not understand global supply chains, don't understand economics, don't understand geostrategy, don't understand international relations, will talk like how Rahul Gandhi is talking now. The fact of the matter is, let's take the example of one country whose economy has not collapsed. By the way, one of the wealthiest countries in the world, one of the richest countries in the world, which is a country, one of the best governed countries in the world, which is Singapore. Now, in Singapore, the Prime Minister is saying, listen, things are going to get bad. You know, we need to prepare. You need to stop doing this, stop doing that, stop doing this, stop doing that, reduce fuel, be careful, you know, save dollars. Why is he saying that? Because, and people are saying, of course we will help the country. Of course we stand up for Singapore because we are Singaporeans. It's only in India that we have this unique species of people like Faizan, Sanjeev, who will see a potential political opportunity in everything.
No, Sanjeev, now you accuse me of something. Let me.
I'm not accusing. I'm saying you're seeing a political opportunity.
Of course, what do you mean by you're not accusing?
Yeah, but I'm letting Sanjeev take you on.
No.
Even Sanjeev will take you on today. I will not apologize, backtrack or anything.
Speak, yeah.
Please let Sanjeev speak. Sanjeev.
So, Arnab,
yes,
there are two aspects to the story. I think Sohail just said what the Prime Minister has said and his 7 steps he has outlined. I think we should all, as good Indians, good citizens, should support those measures.
Yeah.
Also, there is a global crisis and which has precipitated this situation. We agree. So till here, I agree with you and the Prime Minister and the government and everybody. But 2 things or 3 things we need to remember, Arnab. We were the worst performing, amongst the worst performing stock markets in the world before the Iran crisis happened. Our currency, since this government has come to power...
Amazing. Very often, when I say our stock markets are doing very well, then you say the stock markets are no indicator of the economy.
So, sorry.
I'm surprised.
No. We are the worst performing stock market in the world. We are the worst performing currency in the world. Our exports are zilch. Our software industry is under a big question mark. Our government is very good at politics, but very bad at policy. They don't have a handle on the economic situation.
You are sounding like an English literature professor without any numbers.
In his measures.
You must talk like a professor of economics, not literature.
But we have missed the economic bus. We have missed the economic
bus. It's a general baat hai.
Listen to Ruchir Sharma, you listen to Samir.
Ruchir Sharma does not even live in India, yaar. What are you talking about? What the hell does he know? Comes down once a year to give an interview to someone.
Arnab.
Ruchir Sharma, come on now, please.
$30 billion FII have sold in the last few months. It's a record sell-off. They know something which you and I don't know apparently. They know their value of their money. That's why they are selling. And nobody is really getting the economic situation, handle, policy right.
The general baat hai.
Is zilch. It puts off people across the world. Everything we are taxing from bonds to, and while things are falling down. And I reiterate, I support what the Prime Minister said.
No, you
don't.
Under
this situation, we
need to
stop buying gold, we need to conserving fuel, we need to not... But those are facts. We are the worst performing stock market. We are the worst performing
You repeated
currency.
that 10 times.
We are amongst the worst exporters. We have fallen from number 3 to number 6.
Let me tell you something.